Hey everybody, it's me, Koizetsu, and today we're doing art. A thing I am very middle at. But I've been doing a special promotional giveaway, so might have overestimated the reach, might have possibly not used the right terms for free giveaway for people, might have been a little too subtle, but in a 12-hour period with a total of how many followers do I have on Twitter real quick? 133 followers. I got 2 likes and one person who's definitely not me heckling me, which is pretty fun. They actually told me I forgot to post the stream time, so that was helpful. Thank you, buddy. Link in the link below. Please check that out. Anyway, yeah. So we're doing art. The 2 people who gave me a like said no art reference, which might be on me. Maybe it was a bad idea to phrase the art giveaway for Noodle Koi art. Say hello, buddy. Noodle Koi. As I'm going to be making some nudes tomorrow, spelt Noods. However, I'm still making them. You can't stop me. And, yeah, I ain't making money off this shit, so it doesn't matter for copyright. And, yeah. Is happening. So let's go and show off what this thing looks like under the hood. Then we're going to be making our template for the day, and we're going to make some stuff with the template. Because I'm smart, and I know how to make my art. At the very least, marketable. He says, knowing that he has been unable to market said art for half a month or more, and has just been sitting there, mocking him. So, let's make myself smaller. Whoop. And okay, so this is an animation, an animated GIF, or GIF, as the person who invented it would like you to call them, even though nobody does. Oh, and actually, let's just pop something on in the background. During my last video, I thought I had learned how to make my background music not pick up on the recording, so I could listen to things that were maybe of a copyright nature, like anime opening songs, and not get blocked. I fucked that up. Severely. And it didn't work. So, my videos got muted. And that was a thing. But I've learned a solution, and that's to just use lo-fi beats to study to, because they are copyright free, assuming that they didn't lose that lawsuit. So they're going to be on very faintly in the background. Let me know if you need me to tip the volume up a little bit or more. Hey Sprockets, how's it going? Today's an art day. We're doing art. And no one applied to the giveaway, so it's going to be the 2 people who gave me likes, and I'm giving them nudes whether they like them or not. Nudes like little Koi. Pet. Yep. So let's just show off what the process was. Initially, I had an idea, and it looked something like this. This was the first thing I made for it. As you can see, it's very detailed and expressive. Ooh, that music's getting very loud, actually. Let's just lower that down a little bit. Anyway, yeah, that was the first bit. And so afterwards, I followed through with the rough sketch version, which looks something like this. That was very rough, very sketch. And then after that, I followed up with making the outline versions, of course. The body and the arm are on separate layers, so I can animate them separately. And if I want to add more frames to the arm animation, I can add them in later and not have to worry about the body. For this sort of style, I like a 3 variant to make things look nice and scribbly. Like they're flexing every time he moves. If I want a more stiff or clean look, I would just simply make this one frame so it would not look like it was moving as much. And of course, I'm doing color on a separate layer because that's kind of just the way I like doing it. It makes it a lot easier to take apart for later use. So you put it all together, you get Noodle Koi. He's also part of a, surprisingly, secretly, Noodle Koi is also part of a two set of animation, actually. Because while Noodle Koi starts off eating the noodles, if he wants to talk, he'll start talking. And that is because this is a chat icon. I will not be making all these chat icons, I'm just making a bunch of noodle eating guys. So that's gonna be fun. So we're gonna just make this part more recreatable. And to do that, we're gonna just go and hide the color layer. Actually, we'll just delete it. This is a copy of the original file, so I can just go wham, delete. They're gone forever. We've got, of course, the pink layer too to... Oop, pink layer is not extending all the way. We have this pink layer, of course, that'll let us see if we're missing color in any of the areas. But that's for later. Which is a secret tool we will use at a later date. Anyway, let's start. So we've got two layers here, and those are the eyes on a separate layer than the body, because I don't want to deal with those overlapping. It's just a pain, and when you're and the way I drew the lines to make them look so smooth and easily editable is as vector images. Now vectors use a series of points and mathematical equations to remember where the lines go. So depending on how you move them, you can do this with lines, use vectors with. This makes them easier to edit, and they also scale infinitely, so if I want to make Noodle Koi bigger, I'll just change the size of the canvas, alter the size of my vector line layers, and then just patch up the colors, because colors don't fill in vectors that well these days on this program. So anyway, I'm just going to go and click to object mode and start deleting the hairline. Don't worry about me going bald early. This part is primarily so that I can start increasing the size of the... Where the... Did my pen fall off my desk again? Oh. I could've... It was right here a minute ago. Oh no. Damn it. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Okay, pen recovered. All right, I got another waffle here. I forgot to eat the rest of my breakfast today. Whoops. Better eat that before it gets too cold. Yeah. So we're gonna go back a bit. Because I almost forgot an important step of making sure I don't mess this up too badly. Which is keeping in these base layers so I have a rough idea of where the different parts go. I don't want to accidentally make my template for the head too big, because that can lead to some messy issues. And we're going to hide the top layer of the arm and the glasses real quick, just so we can not deal with that. Oh, a good waffle. What? Real nice and tasty. Okay. Let's just add a few more control points so we can move the line a bit more. We don't need the whole head here. We just need enough to hide where it goes into the hairline on most people we make. So about this should be good enough, I think. Yeah, that looks good to me. I'll just move this part up just to make sure it doesn't that part doesn't bleed out. Okay. Looks good. Now let's just move the other half as well. Nice and gentle thing, just be smoothing one of these lines. I remember when I first made Noodle Koi, he was actually a bit of speed practice for me. Because I wanted to see what I could make in about 2 hours, I think. So he went from rough idea to sketch in that period of time. But I'm willing to bet I can cut down that amount by a bit for this version. Because now that I've got the entire thing done, it's the only part that's the hard part is transitioning into making more nudes. And that's easy. Because once you have the formula, you can make the recipe anytime you want. That's why Plankton was always trying to steal the Krusty Krab's secret patty ingredients. Although, I'll be honest, I think for him was a bit of a location thing, and I don't know if even if he had the recipe, he'd really work, because it was a brand name at that point. Everyone went to Mr. Krabs for the reliability, and SpongeBob because he was the best cook. The rare myth that you can be good enough at a field to be unexpendable. Only that worked out in this day and age, am I right, Mr. Krabs? So yeah, that's the face we need. Can't imagine unless we're doing a bald character, we're going to need to make more of the head, so that should work for that. And now we got to do this 3 more times. Because that's one of the secrets of this type of art. It's a bit more intense to get that nice sketchy appearance, because I've got to redraw I'm going to have to redraw this template 3 times. But I'm going to do it piece by piece, because it doesn't really matter when I do it that way, because I could do the entire body and then redo the template, but I'd rather do the head template part 3 times and then redraw it. And I think we're actually going to do another little tricky thing here, which is change one of the colors, because we are currently overlapping with a system default. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. So we're going to go down to the reference image, and we're going to change the little color here, which changes what color we're highlighting the layer. So if you'll notice, whoop, now it's green, which also isn't really the color we're looking for. We're looking for a nice little orangey. Decent visibility, very bright, and most importantly, it will not interfere with the other baked-in setting we'll be using, which is onion skin. A very nice piece for animation work. Especially sketchy animation like this. So if we click this, it'll now start comparing. Weep. Good over here. Layer 2. It'll now be showing us the frame before and after our current frame. So if we expand this, you can see more dramatically. Here, this will be showing us noodle and non-noodle koi. What does this mean? Well, this means that we can see what our previous one looked like, and we can make sure we don't overlap it by too much. Because if you overlap too much with this sort of sketchy style, it actually looks like you're just being lazy and you're moving and slightly tweaking your previous model, which some people do to replicate this style, and I do it the hard way because I think it looks better. And also because I'm a fucking masochist that hates their life. That's the real secret to some amounts of stuff for this. Being a dum-dum and doing it the hard way. So let's just go and quickly move through this. I haven't actually listened to this channel in a while. I remember it was a big meme like, oh yes, everyone's making a lo-fi hip-hop girl avatar for their Twitter, the thing that is definitely still called Twitter at the time of that being socially relevant. Despite that it isn't being called that now. Some friggin' reason. Anyway, I remember a lot of people just made things like made little copies. Either some people did just 2D drawn copies, but and some people went the extra mile and did an animated version. We don't want to overlap the previous and current one too much. We just want to overlap it a little. By giving a little bit of space, we give the illusion that this is, well, not the illusion, the appearance of being drawn separately. Because if we're too exact, it actually looks bad. You do not want to be too good at this part of the thing. Get over there. Whoop. Perfect. Move you. Move you. You. Perfect. I believe I'll just need one more, and it'll all be good in the hood. Yes. Perfect. Yep. Let's switch to object mode just so we can grab the parts we need to delete and delete them. So now if we start playing the animation, let's make sure to cut out the second part. The head looks pretty good. It moves a little bit, but not too much. And we're gonna have to deal with the fact that our third layer moves down a little too much on the chin here, but that's an easy fix now that we're going through to do it. Yep. We need to also lock this layer so we stop nudging it. That's an annoying thing that you can accidentally do if you're not paying attention to your animation, and subtly nudging things out of alignment can really fuck you up in the long run. Because then you'll just be like, oh, I've got everything done, but why does this one part look off? Strange. And you'll go back, you'll spend 20 minutes, and like, why is it fucking off? This should be fitting exactly. There shouldn't be overlap. What's going on here? What's going on? And then it's bad. It's very bad. Anyway, let's see what's here. Yep, see here? Look, goes down a lot further than the other two layers. So we're gonna just drag this up so it doesn't look quite as distorted. You don't want to. The art to making something like this look good is you don't want it to look too off, even though it's supposed to look off model for the sketching. If one of them is too far off dramatically, it just looks sloppy. Which I guess is the difference between good art and bad. Making things look nice and intentionally messy can be a lot harder than making them messy. Kids are really good at making that sort of thing work though, because they're more genuine, I think, about making things look a little, kidsy and sloppy. They're closer to that sort of aesthetic. They don't have to fake it as hard. But as a 5-century-old koi, I've got to, try to make things look sketchy and try to capture youthful energy with my soul that is dying and decrepit and burnt out of that childhood joy at everything in life and the universe. And thus, I gotta try harder than someone like that. I'm not a pure chilled. Okay. Now let's play this back real quick and nice and sketchy head. So we'll move on to the next section, saving our work because I don't want to fucking lose it like an idiot. Lost way too much stuff to that sort of mistake. We're gonna be doing the body template part. So click back to first layer Let's go. Let's start with second, actually. I feel like number 2 wants to go. So, one part we're going to be doing is the body's going to be a little bit thinner than where we initially were. You see, because I'm a bit of a comfy sort of guy. I like my content. It's very large and thick. But if you ever see me take my clothes, I'll literally just move around here. Bye. Yep. If you ever see me take off my hanten, my robe, you know that I'm actually not very wide or thick. Like when I take when I take the robe off, you can see like boom. It looks a lot wider because it's a very big and fluffy, puffy robe. It's comfy, it's warm. But you know, I'm actually not very thick in that sort of way. I'm pretty lean, muscled. Look at these abs. Chat, look at these abs. Look at them. Look at them. Someone put a lot of time into drawing these and referencing anatomy, I'll just tell you that. Not Koizetsu wasn't happy for that part. And that definitely meant I wasn't happy either. But yeah, people can't tell when I'm wearing my clothes, but I'm actually not too much of a slouchy lad. Like I look very tired, but I actually work out. I use exercise. And I'm not just talking about the ones about turning ghosts into non-ghosts. But yeah, my robe in this is more stylized in this chibi, so I made it even puffier. So it means that I look really wide on Noodle Koi. As you can see, I'll pull Big Noodle Cup. He's really horizontal. And so, for this template, since not everyone's built on Noodle Koi's glorious extra large clothing proportions, I'm going to be thinning the template so that, you know, it's not too big. Oops. And I'm seeing to notice that I've got my my layer too thick. Let's go back to basic. I want to make sure we match the width of the lines. Uniform is important, and that's why I found this really cool, I got this really cool recommendation for a tool. I can't remember who recommended it to me. I think it was Mossy Burger had it on one of his streams, and he didn't make it. He got it from someone else, and he sent me the link, which I copied off his stream 2 months ago, and I can't remember what it's called. But it's a uniform size brush. So basically, instead of using my pressure to determine how thick the line is, depending on how I draw the pen, like that, the uniform size brush is always the same thickness no matter what I do. And that's very good for consistent things like animation that need to have a consistent width for your stuff. This is also a moment where I'm realizing that that my template was a little, let's say, crap and rough, because you can see the shoulder goes way past the body, which is something I corrected in the finished version. So I'm going to use the finished version to tell where the shoulder should be, so I don't have to go and think about the anatomy again too hard. A real trick to this is to, you know, if you've done the art, just use the art you've done. Oops, and I seem to have set my stabilization too low, so let's just kick that up a bit so that my line looks a little bit more curved. Another trick to this is that I'm not actually the greatest of artists. So I like some of the digital tools that can help compensate, because it allows me to make my ideas a little better as I refine my technique. Also, I'm using like the $20 tablet I bought on Black Friday a few years ago. So this thing ain't exactly industry standard in any sense of the word. Let's go. Weep. Move down because the elbow is going to be around here. So whoop. Let's go like this. Like this. Another great thing about vector lines is you can delete parts of the lines with the vector eraser like this. So boop. And it cuts right to the other line, so it's really easy instead of doing it manually with a raster brush. a raster brush just being, you know, a traditional brush. Let's move that like that. Just do a little bit of a cover there. And now here comes the real cool part of what you can do with a vector line. I'm going to be using the connecting tool to just turn these all into one line and seamlessly take the merge off. And now I'm just going to go and edit them curves to make them look a little bit neater. So we're going to delete some of the extra bits here so the curve's smoother. Less points means the arcs will be a bit more gentle, because the more points means I'll have to manually sort more points to look smooth and nice. So if you see over there, I'm going to be going just to delete them. I could be using the simplify brush tool, but I find for something this small and undetailed, it's just easier for me to do it this way. We got some hard corner ones in here. We're gonna delete those. Delete one more. We can always move this point downwards to make it easier. So let's go doop, doop, doop. Ha. And we're also going to increase the noodle bowl size a bit, because now that we're using a template mode where the hand isn't being covered by a giant robe, we have to actually draw more of the bowl so it goes down properly. We're of course not going to be drawing more of the noodles because that ain't changing between people, unless I feel like adding like a little bit of Naruto roll or something else to the noodles. But that'd be something later if I'm feeling fun and energetic, and I think there's any part of what anyone's eating that would be a big part of their character. But that's just that would just be a little detail we'd be adding in the final stages of refining the design. Let's move this shoulder down a little bit more. Delete a few more points. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna talk a little less during some of these bits, because I'm narrating it to myself a bit. But the gist of it is I'm just gonna be simplifying things. Just gotta refine, move, twist, shout, yell it about, moving and a grooving like I'm talking about. Jump, jump, shout, shout, rock it about. Yeah, looks good. So now we're gonna go and move the body. And I think we're going to be going for like still going to be going for a bit of a thick appearance on our chibi, so we're going to be giving them very little neck. For Noodle Koi, you can't really tell because his hair and the robe really block it in. But now that we're doing some characters that have short hair that don't cover up this detail, we're going to have to figure out where the shoulder line's going to be. And so we're going to make the line, say, around here-ish, because you're a little hunched over when you're leading to eat your ramen. So let's say about here. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice curve. And we'll just use object mode to twist this a bit so we can keep it going. Loop. Loop. And we might move this as well, just a little bit. No, let's keep it there. We could consider adding a neck to this one, but I don't think I'm going to do that. And I'm going to go... Oop. Let's use this as the approximate location for where the other body's going to be. It's going to be hidden by the noodles, as opposed to Noodle Koi, who has a little bit of body showing on the other side of the noodles. As you can see. Oop. Yep. No, he doesn't actually. It covers it up. That's a good thing though, because sometimes having a bit of your art cover up a key piece can make it very easy to do things. As it means, you have to show less. So let's just quickly do that formatting for the other 2 layers. And then we can move on to the next step. We'll actually also just smooth out the hands here. I think it loses its shape a little and gets a bit too triangular. So let's just finagle that a bit, prevent it from getting too spade-like. Because you know, a hand ain't a spade. It's not a shovel, even though you can be shoveling food into your stuff. Yeesh, jocked, yoked, even. So we're going to use simplify here to just curve that out, turn those lines into a few less lines, and just go whoop. Yep. So let's just go whoop. Whoop. Having your keyboard shortcuts remembered is actually very helpful for this. So, for example, I've got Y set up for my tool command for vector lines because I use vector lines a lot. I could set up even more shortcuts to speed my work even more, but my drawing tablet's a cheap piece of crap that only has 12 buttons, and I'm already using them all for stuff. Got my zoom, my unzoom, I got my brush size increase, my brush size decrease, my brush change. A lot of different stuff. I do wish it was a little smarter about being able to feature in one button switch between eraser and brush, but the way it's designed, the button on the pen has the ability to turn me into eraser mode, but if I press it again, it doesn't change me back to brush. So, very unfortunately, I just have to deal with that. You get what you pay for sometimes, and what I paid was $20 on Black Friday, so really not a lot. Nope. Sometimes I forgot to take myself out of erase mode. And I accidentally delete something that I'm trying to save, which is unfortunate. Yeah, looks pretty good. I'll just play it out a bit to see how it's going. Yeah. Okay, now we've got a bit of an issue here, because as you watch this, we're noticing that it goes big, medium, small, and that's not good. So we're going to need to make the big one smaller, which is this one. Because accidentally having this sort of progression makes your sketch not look right. It makes it look like one part's just shrinking then jumping again. And that throws off the illusion that the frames are different. So we're going to have to go into this layer, and we're going to have to make this one smaller by a little bit for the sake of the illusion of animation. Because all animation is inherently illusion. It's fooling your eye into thinking that that things are moving, despite it just being 3 similar things displayed in a short order. And figuring out how to use that illusion to make it something look aesthetically pleasing is part of what animation is. Not that I'm an expert. I don't have any real formal training or anything. I've just watched a lot and I've learned a lot from videos and people and my own observations. And a lot of time of experimenting with different attempts to make it. So let's try that again. Perfect. Now you see it doesn't look like it's the arm doesn't look like it's weirdly shrinking constantly. That's all we needed. You didn't need to make it too much smaller to equalize it out, but a little bit helps. Now it's time to go back to that layer. I'm pretty sure I forgot to do the other two lines. Yeah, I did. So we'll go. Nope. Yeah, there it goes. Just make the bowl a little bit deeper. We don't care about line overlap here, because if we tried to make the vector bigger, this might matter, because when we scale it up, the line thickness will remain the same, and it'll expose some of the sketchiness on this. Like the real scuff, not the intended sketch aesthetic. But on this size, we don't need to worry about that sort of overlap coming back to bite us. So we're gonna just go and delete the things we don't need and redraw the parts we need, and we'll be done with this stage of noodle koi. Template complete. Then we get to the real fun part, which is making dudes. And ladies. We have, I think, a 50-50 mix of both. And it's a very easy 50-50 ratio because, again, only 2 people liked the post last I checked. I might do another check after I finish the first 1 or 2, because maybe some more people found it. I wanted to see how visible I was on Twitter, to be honest. I've had the sensation and the feeling that whatever I post basically gets eaten by the algorithm these days, because I'm not particularly big and I don't pay for blue or checkmark or what the hell is he calling it these days? Like, I don't remember what it's called, but I don't pay for it, and I'm not particularly big at the moment, so, you know, 100 and something followers is basically a drop in the bucket. A single bubble in the hey, 1 more follower. That puts me at 134, I want to say. It's a small number, so it's easy to remember. Mostly because I had a small party for myself when I hit 123, because I like it when numbers line up like that. Some people call me an idiot for liking it, but I don't care, because I just think it's fun when the numbers go 1, 2, 3. It's fun to me, and that's all that matters. Oops, cut a little too much there. Get out of there, hard line corner. By the way, thank you for the Twitter follow, though. Don't know if I said that, but thank you very much. Each one helps. And now you can see all the things I post, like when I drink way too much tea in a single day, or I make weird talking points about movies I've watched, which I don't think I've actually done yet, but I could do that, actually. I'd also have to watch more movies that are coming out. Shoot, that'd be money, though. Ooh. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll watch some movies that came out. There's not a lot of good ones, though. That's the thing, is like, I haven't seen a movie I've been like really excited about, so I haven't actually gone to a theater in a while. I think the last time I went was a few months ago. Pirate the movies. I don't like stealing them, though, because like I'll rent them if I can find the rental cheap, or I'll buy them if they're on sale, because, you know, it's fucking wild these days that if you just wait 3 months, you can basically buy a Blu-ray for the same price as seeing a movie in a theater. Because Blu-rays are only like $18 for a lot of movies now, or DVDs particularly can be like 12 to 15. So I could just permanently own something for the price of a one-time experience, and the one-time experience kind of sucks these days because more and more people are just assholes in movie theaters. Like, we never realized how good we had it when it was just like the guy talking too loud, but now it's like people doing selfie videos, really loud people who don't care. And I feel like the culture of filming people who being assholes is kind of backfired, and that some people act like even more assholey just so that they can, I don't know, get famous by being the guy at the movie theater that gets recorded. I don't know why anyone want to be famous for that. Like, being famous for being, like, you know, a dick doesn't seem great, but yeah, fucking some people want it. That's their goal. They aspire to be known for 15 minutes as guy who says racial slur in movie theater and gets kicked out, so they can be famous on the internet for 20 minutes and then get fired when they go into work on Monday because their boss saw that and said, yo, what the fuck? Yeah. Oop. Let's put that in the middle, just so we can get that. Oh, son of a bitch. Sometimes I accidentally draw a guide down, and I'm not a big fan of that. Ooh, we might be we might be having a bit of an issue here with movement. So another thing you can encounter with this sketch style is this. Yeah, see, look how the line moves in one direction constantly. That's not good. You can't have that sort of sequentialness to it, because it makes it look really janky. So what we're going to do is going to go here to the third one, and we're going to move it over. So now when we play it, it doesn't look like it's moving all the way anymore, and that's because of pattern recognition by people. If you have a sequential thing where the line goes 1, 2, 3 that way, people's brains will recognize that as movement. But if you only have 2 points and you linger on one more, people won't recognize it as movement as much. They'll see a little bit they'll see the back and forth like this, but they won't recognize it as sequential movement that's moving in a bad pattern. And that's something that's made it harder for me to enjoy some animated GIFs these days, I'll be honest, because by recognizing the pattern and how it's moving, I can see how somebody was a little lazy with parts of the animation on the loop. Not to call anyone out, but it's my own brain working against me. The only conspirator that will truly conspire against me for all of eternity. My brain. I'm insane in the brain. Insane in the membrane. And fun fact, I'm actually using my my mouse for this part of the editing, for the shape. Because if I use my pen, it just picks up on individual movements too cleanly. So because you're never as still as you think you are when you're moving stuff. But with a mouse, your clicks are perfectly recognized, so the computer will know immediately when you stop doing something. But if I lift my pen, especially on my cheap tablet, it'll read a little bit of extra motion at the end of the movements, and it'll make things look more imprecise because it'll always be a little bit off from what I want the release to be. Whereas with a mouse, it doesn't have that problem. So I mix up pen and mouse when I'm doing that sort of thing. It helps out. It's a weird little trick, but it works. And now let's look at the template. We're gonna hide you real quick. Perfect. And I'm just gonna also just dull down the pointiness of our hand here. I think it looks a little too spade-like right now, so I'm just gonna smooth it out. When you simplify to make the curve easier. Again, to just simplify the points a bit more. Then we'll just go. Boop. So, it's an inexact tool, so we're just going to delete some of these points. Manually. We'll go here, 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 here. Ooh, that's a nice drop. Yeah, this part really has too many little points. So to the point that it's making it very rough and jagged. I think we can even get rid of one of you. No, we just don't need that many of you points here. Perfect. You. Small vector, you thought I wouldn't notice you? My eyes are too good. Let's just fix the rest of these. Because when we alter one of these, we have to alter the rest. Otherwise, it'll look a little unnatural. Perfect. Gave us a nice small amount of things. Cool. But yeah, what was I saying about movies? Yeah, the last movie I went to see was Shin Kamen Rider during the limited US release. And then a month later, or 2 weeks later, it turns out Amazon managed to secure the rights to it, which was very surprising because Kamen Rider's been a very hard to find franchise to support as an English fan. We're pretty sure the guy who's in charge of the Japanese division for it, for the Japanese American division, just hates his fucking job and hates everyone he works with, to the point that it's been kind of obscenely difficult to even find official subtitles anywhere. And even when they do them, they sometimes just disappear randomly for no apparent reason. But it's a really good movie. They got Hideki Anno to do the thing. Batman v Superman. Well, damn, that's a while. That is a while ago. That came out like pre-COVID, right? Like massively pre-COVID, if I remember. That was like back when people. That was back when James Gunn got fired the first time, and then got rehired like 3 years later when they realized actually, by firing James Gunn, he's just went to the other company that's our big rival, and made a really amazing movie and TV show for them. And ooh shit, that might have been a bad idea to fire him over a tweet that was clearly a joke that gained us nothing financially and just made it harder for our movies to compete. Whoopsie-doodles. Yeah, that should do it. Perfect. Now, time to go back to my Twitter account and find the people I was using as a reference. Okay. So there's the person I'm using for reference number 1. I'm just going to add him into here as a thing so you can see where it is, because if I start using the reference tool, which goes out like boop, it'll start getting very confusing and hard to see what I'm drawing, because I want to keep my drawings nice and big on the screen. So I'm just going to use the bottom part here of real estate to do things. Image. Add image to thing. Add image. I guess I have to save these images. Okay, save image. I'll make a new folder. I'm going to call it References Stream. He said, naming it before he actually typed it out. Do-do-do-do. Move that down. Give Noodle Koi some friends here real quick. So I've got 2 different images for this person. I've got one of them, which is their actual VTuber model. Well, that's big. Hey Nagi, how's it going? Yeah, we're making Noodle Kois. It was a giveaway that I don't think very many people applied to. But so far I'm doing the two people who actually showed up. Yeah, it's Noods. I'm making Noods. I would call my stream making Noods, but I think Twitch would fucking kill me. They'd explode my stream with a bazooka launcher from their Amazon warehouse drone floating above my location. Nothing would survive. Yeah, we're gonna save that. We can finally delete our extra reference layers. The reference of me. Oop. We do need to use the second reference actually, because I forgot we didn't do the noodle bit yet, so we're actually not ready to make the full final. Let's just pop that out real quick. Go up here and just edit what we've got. So this one's got some skin color, which is not right because not everyone has my skin color. So I'm just gonna make those layers disappear. Disappear. Wait, do I have an extra layer that doesn't do anything here again? Yep, I do. Clean up your layers, kids. Otherwise, you'll look like a real dum-dum. Delete. And let's just erase. Yeah. We'll erase these glasses because no one else has them so far. Nice little bit of sanitation. And here we're gonna go and delete the extra bits of the arm. And we're just gonna draw in roughly where that would be. New arms. Oh, we didn't draw them on our template, so we're gonna have to do that eyeball style. So let's say about this much. Nah, let's raise the elbow a little bit. You raise your elbow for that sort of pose, I believe. Eyeball. Oop. Yeah. Like that. That looks good. Oh, also, I probably should do this, but almost forgot I have a shout-out feature again. I think I forgot to do this last time Nagi showed up. That is not the right name. It's not Nagi_Nagi Quetzali.
Wait until you can block it again. Meanwhile, the boss is just doing a fucking dance.
Oh shit! It's the life of the Lies of P stream. What's called Life of Pi stream? That'd be a weird game.
I don't know if I would go with that. Ooh, tentacle quest. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Secret Society.
How is Lies of P?
We had a couple attempts before I decided it was a good idea to try tomorrow. We're probably gonna beat this. It just takes a few times to get like.
Did you beat it? What was the man beaten? Nice. Oops. That is the wrong layer. I need to be editing the top layer where the actual thing is. Yes, it sucked. How is the game, by the way? Wait, did I just ask that? How is the game? Shit. I'm a little tired today. I might be grabbing myself a little bit of Coca-Cola to refigure my brain chemistry in a minute. But until then, I'm gonna say I did. Okay, let's quickly... Oh, I put a bit of sketchy animation here as well. That was a little bit of a janky trick. I put one extra layer of drawing I didn't need to put in for that layer. Yeah. What's this one? Oh yeah, it's double line. Now let's just see how this looks in action. Oops, got one more little bit of a scuff there. Bam, let's clean that out and let's see. Okay, that's, as we can see, there is another issue coming up. 1, 2, yeah, the arm is too high for this one, so we're gonna have to raise the arm here to make it look natural, because it's arm low, arm raise, arm forward, and it's not going forward enough right now. So we need to make this part bigger, make that part bigger. So should go like that, I believe. That looks about right. Lower that a tad bit. That still connects to the same point on the chin. Roughly. Hold on a second. Wait, there's an extra. I think I know what's fucking this up. I left a little bit of artifacting in there. That's from the robe I redrew over. Okay, let's see if this fixes it. No, I think the shoulder point's still fucked. The point where the shoulder connects is not being portrayed properly. Yeah, so let's lower this a little. Yeah. Don't. Yeah, it goes too high up. So we'll lower it again. Try to keep in mind where this one is. We'll move that over. Just a smidge. Lower it again. Increase a little. This one we're going to also move that up a bit, I think. Yeah, we're going to use that overlap to tell where that connecting point is, and then it's going to look good. Yes. We move this elbow down a bit more to make it look a little bit thicker on the arm. Now just a little bit of erasing on a vector. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. I think one of those frames is still a little fucked looking. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this part should raise a little bit more. The arm point shouldn't be as static there. He said using terminology roughly, but not great. Okay, it was a good attempt, but really just made a pain in the ass more of the gameplay. Okay. I think I still might try it though. It does look like a cool game. Yes. I believe this template is finished. So now I can go down here, erase that, just play it one more time. Perfect. And now time to actually start drawing off the reference. So we're going to go and copy the template again just to make sure we don't actually delete it. Probably should have made a group of these before we did that, actually. Whoops. Template saved. Yep. Actually, we'll go visible, then turn the folder off because that's the smart way to do it. 1. Naming conventions. What are they? Do they do things? No. Now let's start figuring out how we're actually gonna draw. Gonna draw this person, Sarasol, as a little chibi. And then we're gonna use blue for the brush, because I think nicely in blue for this sort of thing. So let's see what they got. And I pull up one of these references in a bigger format so I can actually see it on my other monitor. Let's go. Where did I put that folder? Oh, I put it here. Okay. So let's see what they got. They got big pointy elf ears, so that's gonna be something we gotta include. So let's go. Yeah. Wrong hotkey clicks. Yeah, we're gonna give them big old pointy elf ears. We can make them. Yeah, let's go like that. Nice and mid. They actually lean down a bit more. So let's go. Nah, it looks too much like an animal ear, I think. Yeah, it looks good. Let's see, they got one big chunk of hair in the middle that breaks into smaller bits, so we can do that, I think, and it'll look something like that. It'll look roughly good. And they've got that one side break thing like this that I've noticed a lot of people have. And then it side breaks down again like this. And that's roughly the shape of their hair, I think. Doesn't go down too far on the front, actually, so you can see a lot of their face. Unlike me, who's got big floppy bits on the side, as you can see, like, look. It covers up a lot of the side of my my chin. Let's go here. I'd say roughly it goes like bloop. Actually, I think this part, this side is split, actually goes more like... Looks more like this. Whoever did the second art made it look a little bit more like a natural, just horizontal curve sequence like that. But I think I'm gonna follow the model art for this. Eyebrows. Probably raise this a bit, to be honest. I think I'm drawing it a little too close to the eyeballs, not getting the right spacing. They're not quite gloomy. They're not quite a gloomy enough looking character that I think that putting the hair down over the eyes would matter. Let's make sure to keep that nice and thick on the ears so it looks more cartoony and chibi and cute. If you make things too narrow, you start making your chibis look like they're very angry and sociopathic. And you don't want that because it doesn't make them look cute and adorable. So hair is gonna go nice little, like that, I think. And we can break up the shape with the buns, which go around here, and I think just curve down like a little wavy pattern. I think that's going a little too wide. Something like this. And then we go a little bit here, and that'll keep in a little bit of that space, which I think is going to give the impression that it is the wavy hair like her drawing has. Just having a little bit of space will imply that there's more behind the body, even though we're not drawing it, but we're implying it's there, which is just as good as drawing it sometimes. Yep. Go like that. Actually, we'll curve this out a little bit more and then curve it back in. No, I think we're doing this backward. Yeah, like that. That. Now it's curved down like this. No, it's not enough. Oh, that part just goes really wide. So we're actually gonna have to go up here. This part go wide, back, here, here, yeah, like that. And then we'll just smooth it out, and we actually make the curve, like so. We're gonna leave we're doing another little implication of space there, and then just go that. And her hair actually goes back again, below the shoulder, so we're gonna go put that here. That. Can't tell how, I think it goes like at least down to waist level, so we're gonna do it like that and just make it look like the hair is going very far. And we'll keep a little bit over here as well to make it go a little wider. It's not as wide as it would go on your actual body, because if you actually twist your head like that, your hair will, of course, follow back. But it's a chibi, so you want to make it look, the hair is even bigger in comparison to the body. Something like this, actually. See, my hair on my chibi is a lot puffier than it is on my full-size body, so it actually goes this way. See? Oh, let me go live 2D VTS, just make myself feel bigger. See? My hair is a lot bigger proportionally to my body now. And so it stays more visible even when I turn fully. Oops. Back to the corner. There's that. Now they got a neck choker, so we don't have a neck on the chibi model we worked on. So we're gonna go like this instead, where we're gonna draw it right here and imply there's a neck we're just not seeing. And we go. That works. That looks pretty nice for the bit. Actually, let's move this a little over. Center it a bit better under the head. We'll make it large too, so it's bigger and easier to see the details without making them too small. I don't want to make the details too small because it doesn't look as clean. And you want simplicity for this sort of thing. And we can go here, the dress, here like that. And there's gloves, which I think go up to the elbow, so we're going to use that here. Just... yeah, that looks close enough, I think. The elbow proportions on this chibi's a little but I don't think it's too big a deal. We can, at the lower body, don't have to draw much here, so we can go like this. This is all gonna be, change brush color, this is all gonna be the paler gray area, so like right around here. It's gonna be right around the neck. And I think we actually need to find another piece of art for this person because I'm not seeing what the lower part of their body looks like. Can I find another image of them if I go to Google and check them out? That is the wrong name, as I mistyped it. Ah, perfect. So they've got a sort of yukata thing that breaks into small pieces, and it's purple. So I can actually just do that. I'll go here. Here. We'll use that as one of the bits. We'll go here, and we'll go here. And we'll actually break off the hair, because we'll just the little yukata break. Actually, we also put the... I think we might have to break up the body shape a little, make it a little less koi thick and a little bit more curved to make it work here, because we can go like this. We'll go here, here, here. Yeah, I think we're cooking with gasoline now. And we'll just add a little bit of brain coloration just to make it me feel like I've got the idea down for this. So getting your pen. Got the yukata purple right here. Gonna use the dark purple. Hey Monty, how's it going? We're doing art of an artistic nature. We're making noodle kois. And you're watching the sporadic, diseased process of my art be made live in front of a studio audience. And that part is gray. And the part up there is more black. Got a bit more red here. We're just gonna use that same color. And I'm regretting the fact that my camera is blocking part of my screen for this angle. Yeah, this part will be hair. It'll all be this color. Of course, I'll use actual color capture to try to get a better version when I do the actual coloration, but I think this is good enough for the rough idea. Oh, we almost forgot. They got a flower accessory, which is important because that adds a nice little bit of asymmetry, and I think is a crucial part of their character design. They might be plant themed. I'm not 100% on their lore. They've mostly just stopped in once and said hi. They're pretty nice, so boop, 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 boop. Put that there, and we'll do the little dangly bits as, I think, just a series of stuff. It'll look better on the final version, I swear. Yep. Oh, we gotta figure out the other flower, which is lighter purple blue, right there. Yeah. So, this is what it's gonna look like. Now let's turn this into something a little bit more presentable, so to speak. Let's break that down. Non-sexual style. Because there's no real nudes on this stream besides the noodles. And those are completely within Twitch TOS. I've checked. Long gluten-filled pasta-like things from Asia. A-okay. You cannot get banned for that. So let's start with the top. And now we're here. Yeah, let's go. So first for the hair. I believe we said that I would click the image to make the reference on my side bigger. Yeah. We'll do one part separated. So, and we'll do the rest part as one of these. And we can even throw in a little line like that here, or in a smaller size later to make it more detailed looking. Then we'll go, boop. I think it actually goes more downwards, not really a hard side one. Yep. Nice and gentle. No, I think they're thicker curves that I'm doing. Yeah. Thick but gentle, like this. Oops. Aha. Rid of that jaggedness. It needs to be nice and smooth. Smooth like butter. Although, I'm out of butter, I think. I might have used the last bit on an omelet today. Or yesterday. Yeah, it was an omelet yesterday because today I had waffles. They were very okay waffles. They were Eggo toaster waffles. The breakfast of champions and people who forgot to wake up in time to make a good breakfast before streaming. But no regrets. I put some maple syrup on them and they were yummy in my tummy. You better get there and connect to your fellow line, buddy old pal. And we'll use the little flower here as a distraction to cover up where that line break goes. So, kind of like this. Let's use a smaller line for this. Break up our thickness. A little bit of line variety. I hear that's a thing real artists do. And it looks like it's a lotus, I think. I want to say that's what that sort of flower is called, lotus. But I'm quite fabulously bad at botany. Despite what Grandma Koi tried to get me to understand by signing me up for those 2 summers of study at the local garden, De Botanica, I sadly retained very little. Although I did learn that whenever they cleaned the fountains on Saturday afternoons, the guy with the power hose was always very haphazard. So he had a good chance of being able to pick up the coins out of the fountain that he sprayed out when he wasn't paying attention. So I always made a point on my lunch break to visit there to get a bunch of coins. And then sometimes it would let me buy something from the vending machine. Back when you could buy something from a vending machine for 75 cents or $1. Those were the days. But they're sadly gone now. Now it's $2 or $1.50 to buy soda. What horrible times we live in. But anyway, I think this flower covers that line break nicely. We just need to add a little bit more lines for the hair, and that should work. Oop. Yep. The numbers to remember right now are 7 and 12. Those are the two sizes we're using for our thicknesses. And you gotta be down with the right thickness, otherwise your hair looks a little shanky. And we'll put another line here to hide the part where the ear breaks in. Boom. Actually, we could even use this one for it. We'll just actually go back. We'll go. Boom. And we'll connect these. I think that'll work out well. Oops. That's a move point, not a cut point. Actually, this kind of looks sloppy. Let's go back to the previous version. I think I like that better. Yeah, let's go. And we'll move that one up, actually. Perfect. Yeah, that'll cover it excellently. Boom. I should change the size of this part actually to be 7 as well. Yeah, that looks nice. We'll go back up to 12, line point. Put that in there. Get that other part of the line. Doesn't look great. We zoom out. I think we're gonna need to add a little bit of something there. Or not. Let's go. Yeah. Not looking the greatest here. I think I might have to go back to the drawing board on this part of the chibification. How did the other art do it when they simplified it down into their cartoon style? They just did it as thin waves. And they broke up the top part into it. You know, actually, maybe I'm breaking it down too far. I'm trying to make it too complex. What if I just do it as this? if I move it like this. Yes, I can move. Move and move and move, move and move and move and move. Yeah. Okay, that looks a little better. Let's try to fix that though. Let's salvage that line, simplify it out, and move it a little bit to make it look really nice. The template making was really the easy part of the last one. But making a new design for a character, that's the hard part. Well, that's also why I'm doing this, so I can kind of test my own skills, try to improve a bit. So let's make the next part here. Get our line thickness right. I feel like that's not exactly the tone this music is going for, but this is what I'm just feeling in my head. Okay, now for this one, we'll actually go... We'll break the hair in actually a little bit, because we're going to have this hair move in front of part of the face, like so. So this part's the flower, that's easier to draw. I think I want to call this an orchid of some sort? Maybe? Not entirely sure. Again, not a botanist. At least not a good one. I can tell you what flowers not to eat, and it's the ones that are very pretty looking, because typically those are pretty because the poison's telling you not to eat them. But some people don't know that, and that's why kids get sick. And you gotta be careful taking your kids to the botanical garden if they haven't learned the lesson of don't put everything you find on the ground in your mouth. You know, that's a good lesson to teach kids. Let's go. Actually, I think we might need to do the part that goes this way first. Oop. There's an art to drawing flowers where you break them down into their component shapes. But I'm not very good, so we're just eyeballing this off something I saw someone do once vaguely at 2 a.m. on a YouTube thing of one of those YouTube shorts where it's like, I can draw a flower in a few seconds. I'm like, oh cool, how do you do that? And now I'm trying to do that. Yeah, I think I've got part of it down, but here's the thing I'm fucking up. I need to give more of a curve to imply the space better. Yeah. That. And this one in the back is not pulling its weight. I need to make you look wider. That'll do. And you also need to look different. Perfect. Dude. Yes. Flower. I think what we need is actually one of those little inner petal lines to imply that it's going on a curve. I'm gonna draw the last outer one again. Yes. And now we can draw the... Selected the wrong thing again. We can do that. So let's draw the last part of this outer curve hair. Now we get the thing to break the inner line. Did we just draw part of that on the wrong layer again? Dang it. This is why you gotta lock your sketch demos. Otherwise you make a mistake like that and you don't do what Koizetsu don't does. The bad example. Whereas the nostalgia critic still got a monopoly on I do blank so you don't have to as a line, because I might be in trouble there. He's got a bigger following than me. He might beat me up. I'll get Doug walked over. Actually, I think here we're gonna have to just extend the face line a bit more, because yeah, this part we're gonna actually cover with another part of the face. So increase line size, go. Yeah. Deleted that uncleanly. Gotta remember sometimes that the face will cover up the hair, because the hair will be behind the head. Mess that up at your own peril. Do. Simplify, simplify. Let's move them around. Move them around. Talking a little less during this part because I gotta focus a little. Yeah, like that. So now, definitely looks a lot better than that first take, but we still got things we need to fix. So first and foremost, we're just going to cut out the hair blank here and we'll simplify that part out. We're also going to simplify that. Yeah, looks good. There's good. It's good. We'll cut that here, I think, because we'll just imply that the hair is big enough to fill the entire space back there. We'll connect these lines. There's a weird little space there. Let's delete any excessive tings that might be making that look weird. And we'll make this part curve down a bit more to give it a little bit more of a chunky appearance, and also to make the line disappearing here look more natural. Yeah. No, that doesn't look good at all because now the hair is uneven. Let's try this part differently. Slide you, over like this, and more like this. I hunger for nettles. Needles. Oh, wait a minute. Needles? What do you mean needles? Noodles. A needlers. What is a needler? Let's go like this. Like this. I think that'll work. Rid of this. Go here like this. Yes, that looks nice. I'm not hungering for much, but I think I'm actually gonna get a Coca-Cola. I'm getting a little thirsty. Yeah. This looks fine. I'm gonna say. We'll just move that a little. Yeah. We're gonna go get a drink real quick. Be right back. And I'm back, because it turned out it wasn't as hard as I thought it'd be to walk to my fridge. I hope my mic picked up that sound. Get some Coca-Cola here to give me the brain boost I need to finish this. Let's see what else got here. Pull up that other arch. Real quick. Let's see. This part's bothering me a little, you know. I gotta make these. I gotta smooth these curves out. You know what? I'm just gonna delete half these fucking points. What are they really doing? What do these points really do? Besides curve that hair and make it look like not what I'm going for. No, that doesn't look good at all. That's a little sneaky technique to break a line that I use sometimes. I'm gonna have to make this one longer, aren't I? Yeah, that's what this part's missing. This part needs to go longer to make it look more natural, like the front part of the hair curve is going all the way down. So let's go like this. We'll make it a little thinner, I think. Like that. Boom. Okay, that's probably fine there. Now I believe body was the next part we said we'd do. So that's pretty easy. We can do the little rose bow here. We'll simplify the rose down as a little petal version of a rose you can do. With a bunch of little curves. And the bow will just go. Big old bow. And poofy rose. Lace. Of course, we can't do all the lace pattern because that's really detailed for a little cheapster. So we're gonna go like this. We're also gonna get rid of that. We're gonna make this chibi a little bit more elegant looking. More elegant than my my chunky ass. Go like this on the inner. Now, where did I put that image of the extended model? I believe there it is. No, that was not it. Where did that tab? There it is. Okay. Yeah, so I'll go here. Extend the shoulder a little bit. Yeah, go. Boom. Leave plenty of space because there's space on the original design, so we'll go like that. We delete that there, we go that there, and that there. That should do it, because if we go fill in the blank spots here, like that, we can then, on the higher level, so copy this image. Like I said, we have to save the image, don't we? Because our friggin' program only opens up reference images if we use the right size format of downloading them, so. Drank. Now if we just go one level higher. Oops, that's the wrong layer type. Gotta make it a vector to be sure. We can flush in these bits pretty nicely because they look like this, which I believe you now see on my reference image. I can just go here and go boop, boop. Actually, let's make it a little thicker too, just so it's nice and rope-like. I see, this one needs to be below the soup. Just make it like this. It'll be small enough, it's probably not gonna get noticed. Yeah, like that. Perfect. So now if we take that off, how does this look? A little weird. Okay, let's move these down a little, make them smaller actually. So we go here. Yeah, I think this might be it. Yeah, we'll just lower these bits as well. Gotta remember things are more squat when you're at Shib Stir. Yeah, this last bit just doesn't line up right, so I'm gonna have to curve this line. Nope. Object, select, delete. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Why is it not showing who followed? Thank you for following, Bess, and how you doing? Good, how about yourself? Ah, we're doing some nude arts. We're making some noodly dudes. And we're currently on the first one because I think a little rusty and making little chibis. So we're struggling a little on part of this, but I think I figured out how to do the hair right, so this should be all I need to make to the next step. Drawing the same thing 3 more times. Like an insane person. Like famous nostalgia critic character Dr. Insano. Old heads remember who that is. Or people who have realized in retrospect they have made serious mistakes with their lives. Why do I still know who that is? Why did I waste processing power in my organic brain computer to remember to boldly flee and Kickassia and Suburban Nights? I could have always decided not to do that, and yet here I stand, remembering. What a terrible mistake that was. Does anyone in chat remember to bold any of the Nostalgia Critic original movies he made back when that was still an idea they had and they hadn't actually realized it was horribly burning people out because it was trying to get online content creators to physically fly out to a location, get amateurly filmed, partially starved and dehydrated, and then spend several months. They could be making content, making a incredibly janky movie poorly put together by an ego monster. Pepperidge Farm remembers? Nope. I used 8 for this, right? Yep. Gotta watch out for overlap when you do this sort of thing, otherwise it'll look a little off on the final version. I guess I'm gonna try to revive another conversation topic we had going on earlier. Anyone seen any good movies recently? Because I recently rewatched Shin Kamen Rider on Amazon. I watched it the first time in a theater, but then they re-released it, and I was like, well, shit, it's a good movie, and now I can show it to my friends who couldn't physically make it that day, so we all had a nice get-together and we watched it again. It's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun little film, even though it's not exactly the most serious thing in the world. I assume most people here probably don't know who Kamen Rider is. I'll give you all a minute to respond if anyone knows who he is, but if not, get ready to learn something fun about the 70s. Well, I guess no one possesses the critical information, so let's start from the beginning. It's the post-war Reconstruction era. You are a man who writes manga, and you have a big idea, and people see that idea too when you write a screenplay, I think you wrote a screenplay for it. And you get published, and you begin telling the story of a man experimented on by an evil organization known as Shocker, a group that will later become destroyed and rebuilt so many times it becomes Die Shocker, Neo Shocker, Xeno Shocker, New Shocker. But it has a lot of they are very recurring villains in the franchise. It is a currently ongoing franchise, so from I think we're on like 56 or 57 for years. It's very big. But the gist of this story isn't complicated. Hongo Takeshi was an ordinary man of his era, a guy who loved motorcycle racing. And at one point he gets into an accident and is abducted by a secret society who does experiments on him to turn him into a living weapon to kill and maim in their quest for global domination. But a scientist has a change of heart, and instead of installing the brainwashing program, he gives Takeshi free will. And he breaks the scientist out. The scientist dies a horrific death to poison darts, or scorpion poison, or a small spider biting him. It has been a hot minute since I watched the original. I'm not describing the movie for reasons, because the movie changes some bits to make it a bit more dramatic, and because it's compressing down 50-something episodes of live-action television into a 2-hour movie. So, you know, things had to get cut on the floor. It couldn't include every little detail, like Starfish Hitler, the Emperor of Hell. that was a real character that showed up for a hot minute. But yeah, he is given free will by the scientist, who then dies, and he seeks out a quest of brutal revenge on Shocker, all the while helping people out and saving them. And also a whole bunch of them die because this was live action TV for kids in the 70s. You'd have people just chuck themselves off bridges to dramatically commit Sudoku when they failed, or to have people dissolve into acid or get eaten by giant spiders with incredibly unconvincing costumes because paper mache was the only thing you really had on hand every day of the week when you needed a costume in short order, and the last one got stolen from the lot or accidentally set on fire from a cigarette smoker. Who was everyone on the set at that point, because those were the days when we really liked smoking. We didn't really, like, you know, care about the long-term health benefits as much, or know about them as much. And so the man goes out on a quest of brutal revenge as Kamen Rider. He jumps around. He's got a big old scarf. He has a signature kick where he jumps in the air. He spins around. Yeah, so let me draw it out. Like he'll be there. He'd be like, you'll be the bad guy here. He's like, oh yes, I am a bad guy. I am doing something. And then Kamen Rider will go, oh yeah, well, it's time to finish this fight. And he'll crouch down. He'll jump in the air. He'll do a flip. And he'll strike his signature pose. And he'll kick the crap out of the guy who will then explode. That's the rider kick. It's a quintessential part of Japanese media. And if you've ever seen something like, I don't know, the new Mario movie, the way that ends, that movie just wholeheartedly borrows the rider kick as its finisher, in a very hilarious turn of referential events. Because this is getting the weeds, but I don't care. Deep in the weeds, about 7 years ago, Kamen Rider did a video game themed Kamen Rider who had video game powers, and they were all based off different, you know, characters. And the main character was X-Aid from Kamen Rider X-Aid, and he was based off of Mario. And for part of his design, he had the Mario mustache as part of his costume. Yeah. No, like, Mix, you don't understand. In the new Mario movie, minor spoilers here, Mario and Luigi just straight up do the Ichigo Nigo Kamen Rider kick on Bowser. They just Google the image of the movie and you'll find it. It's just straight up the kick. It's just right the thing, but for the Mario Kamen Rider, to get back to here, he's got the Mario mustache as part of the suit. Right here. You'll never unsee it, but this is the Mario mustache as part of his appearance. Look at it. It's right there. It's just the Mario mustache. And so he's a goofy guy. He's got the Mario mustache, and Mario referenced Kamen Rider because Kamen Rider referenced Mario, and I thought that was very funny. It's the circle of media. Oh, whoops! I resized my window. But Mix also in the Mario movie, it's doing the double kick that X-Aid does in his own series, because being a Mario inspired rider, he has Mario inspired finishing moves that are then just directly called back to in the Mario movie. Yeah. Reference to reference, callback to callback, and it's pretty fun. He's pretty fun. The Mario movie wasn't too bad. Some people like, wow, it wasn't right to the deep lore. Toad should have been 2 inches taller and the spots were off, so that means he's the evil Toad that turns into the fish on that one level. And I was like, I mean, it's probably fine for kids. I just kind of wish they'd either done less plot or been more in-depth on doing as much plot. They didn't really hit the balance quite that great in terms of how much they put in. That was my thoughts on the movie, because you could, if they had done less things and tried to fit in less references, they could have probably told a tighter story, albeit a more simple one. But, you know, Mario ain't exactly giant operatic plots last I checked. Oops. Close enough on the line. We're sketch style, so we get to be a little off model. Not the soulish crash grab, I was worried. Yeah, it could have definitely been a lot more cash grabby, I'll tell you that. Chris Pratt could have also done a bit of a better job on his accent, I'll be honest though. Like the man can do an accent, he just didn't do the greatest one in that movie. Although in the near future he might be a Magic the Gathering card, so I'm in partial anticipation of that. The new set Ixalan has Jurassic Park reference cards as part of the set. One of them is Welcome to Jurassic Park, and the other one is Ian McDowell, the fucking guy who goes, have you ever heard about chaos theory? And so it's a possibility that Chris Pratt will be a Magic the Gathering card in the near future when they take his character from Jurassic Park and they make it a Magic the Gathering card. So it could happen. Why does that keep happening? I think I keep clicking too far up. We could have a Chris Pratt Magic the Gathering card in the near future. I am so excited for the Ixalan set though. It looks like they're going to be doing some really cool stuff with the Aztec god theme they didn't use in the first one for the because it's a Mesoamerican world where dinosaurs reign, vampire conquistadors are coming to the new worlds for an even more overt take on sucking the life out of it. There's pirates everywhere stealing the gold, stealing the gold from the conquistadors and robbing everyone. And then there's merfolk living in the rivers, summon elementals. It's really cool looking, but they're going underground to the core of the earth to find ancient evil gods like Bat God and Skullhead God with dinosaur hand. It's all really neat looking. And I'm excited to see where it goes. Do 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 do. Haha. Oh, do 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 do. Nope. Once again, I almost accidentally erased something I was trying to draw. Gotta be careful about that. And be thankful that Control Z exists. Save our work real quick. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This will probably look even better once I put the color in, because I'm going to do a dark fill for the entire flower and then a lighter one on the inside to give the illusion of shading. Well, the illusion of depth through shading. Sorry, it will be shading, but it will give the illusion of depth, which shading is designed to do. Slight misspeaking there. Ooh, that goes a little too far. Thank God we can just extend that a little bit. Boom. Boom. Okay, that's number 2 done. And as you can see, it's actually a lot easier to do more of these once you get the first one done. It's all a momentum thing, actually. And we also forgot the glove, so let's just add that in. Perfect. Dude. Wrong thing again. You almost got me, complacency, but I see through you with my special eyes. That's not the right thickness. Perfect. Da 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 da. Oops, almost forgot some extra hairlines on number 2. Gotta make sure we get those in, otherwise it won't look right. Yep, we'll include one more line there. To give the other side some, striations to mark that this is in fact hair and not just random bloob. And we'll put another line here, actually, after all, I think, because it'll give the impression that there is in fact a layering to the hair. There'll be a fill in the middle here, so you can tell that this is just a break between the 2 parts of the hair. But you will be able to tell that it is in fact all hair but 2 distinct bits. I might even do a slightly darker shade for the fill here, but that'll be a later thing to figure out. Let's draw the last part of the nudes, and then we can just finish it up. There's no complex robes on the hands for this model, so we don't have to worry about that cramping the design. Oops. Well, we are drawn on the wrong layer. Classic blunder. Let's do that again now that we've got this line shape more our brain. Chow. Pow. Goodbye. Jojo. We don't have any news on part 6, do we? Or part 7, I guess? No, part 6. Yeah, because 6 is still... No, 6 is... No, it's part 7, because we're on part 9 right now, I think. And Steel Ball Run's the next one, and I'm kind of excited for Steel Ball Run. Because it's dealing with a bit of a small universe reset, which means we get to explore new concepts in a way that Araki didn't use in the previous parts, which got a little bit stagnated due to Stan's kind of taking over the limelight in terms of superpowers that existed in the world. Does anyone actually care if I talk about JoJo for a little bit? Talk about my personal opinions on future parts? What am I talking about? If you don't care, you just find someone more interesting than me. It's time to talk about things I care about. And it's a real niche topic of conversation. Monolithic power structures in media. AKA, well, I might be coining the term monolithic power structures. I don't know if this is hard and fast thing people use as terminology. But the way that a lot of the times you'll see in either a book or a movie or TV show or an anime or a manga, they'll introduce one system of magical power, fantastical abilities, and then that will become the only one that is ever talked about by anybody. Like, anytime something magical happens, it has to be explained in the terms of the one power system they've established, and nothing else can be there. And JoJo's Bizarre Adventure kind of fell into that trap a bit, because they had Hamon in the first bit, and they introduced stands, but stands were just so much better and more varied than Hamon, which was kind of a bit of a limited power in terms of what it could even really do, that Araki sort of, it feels like he ran out of things to do with it after the first two entire manga series of fighting vampires, that he just gave it a complete backseat for most of the sequential parts, except for like the very brief period of mattering for half of a fight in part 3. But everything in the world became stand based. It all had to be stands, and you got like one or two people like Earth, Wind, and Fire from part 4 who's maybe an alien, or maybe he's just a really weird stand, but everything becomes a stand. And it kind of sucks, because it's like, oh yeah, everything's just the one thing. There's no, you'd think there was all this mystery in the world, but it's actually just one thing. There's one mystery, it's this, the end. Sorry. But part 7 introduces more weird techniques that aren't just stand powers. It introduces spin, which is it's a weird way of controlling physics to do things, like using your own body's momentum and the golden ratio. It introduces some like rope techniques where there's one cowboy guy, not to get into too much details, who has like unbelievable things he can do with a rope that don't quite seem physically possible, but he's still able to do them. And it's not a stand, he's just really, really good at rope. he know how to lasso people. And I think it's kind of funny that there's like no shibari art with that guy, because it's like, wow, of all the things JoJo had like 15 or 20 years to latch onto to do something with, wasn't that guy, apparently. It's always been a surprising thing to me. But introducing more ways of magic is pretty cool, because it means the world feels fleshed out. There's mysteries beyond what you understand as just the one way of using power. And I feel it's kind of sad when a show has to like try to cram every bit of magic into the one box that the main character learned about in chapter 5, because introducing more than one way to do magic would just be too complex, and we can't have that. It would hurt our viewers' brains if they had to realize that two different things can coexist and be different and not the same. And so I'm kind of glad that the next part of Yo-Yo's Bizarre Adventure is going to feature abilities that aren't just invisible punching ghosts that have the power to turn back time and are named after metal bands. It also has weird physics-based powers that are named after metal bands. I kid, I'm pretty sure Spin isn't named after a metal band. Although if anyone knows more about metal bands and knows that I'm wrong, please let me know so I can stop sounding like an idiot when I repeat this point in a different stream later on in my life. Do 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 do. We'll draw this line first so we can break up the face line a bit. Give us plenty of space to draw the rest of the lines up here without the big template line for showing how big the head's supposed to go interfering. Boom. Let's just connect these so we can lose a bit of that unpleasantness. Move the lines down a bit more. Yes. Now, did we miss any lines? Yeah, we missed the body, we missed the flower up here, so let's just quickly draw that in. I like the fluffy bit of the flower, since I'm going to be able to really make it it fluff about as the movement occurs. It's a very vague, fuzzy shape, which means it's all the easier to make look lively with this sort of style. I think this flower is really starting to look better on every layer but the first one. I might go and redraw it again on the first one, just now that I've gotten better at figuring out the shape. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back and redraw it on the previous ones. On the previous panel 1. Not panel 2 or panel 3. Let's go use this one so we can have the reference of the two different sizes. That's a trick for this program. If you use the first panel for reference on the onion skin, it will only show the second panel as reference for what's different. So don't do that if you want to try to get a good reference going. Ah, see, yeah, look at that flower jiggle. Now let's go draw the rest of them clothing. Get out of here. Pow. Yep. Almost forgot we were gonna have to extend the hair because I forgot we're moving the model a little bit further down for the body. This is a part of the work we could have not had to redraw again. Thankfully, we've got enough smaller breaks on the line. We can just easily start dragging this thing around. Go you up there, and we'll just start moving. Oh, let's delete that. Let's delete the sharp point at the end, though. Don't want that messing up our nice curvy aesthetic with its jaggedness and harshness, cruelty like the rest of the world. No, this is a noodle eating little noodle eating fella. They ain't doing much hardness, complexity, things. Nah, that don't exist for this little fella. She just wants to eat noodles. Noodle. And we've also made a little bit of a little whoopsie. We forgot to close the shoulder, so now the arm's bleeding into the hair, which is, typically not a good thing when your arm fuses to your hair. So we're just gonna correct that a little. And a little bit of shoulder to just make sure it all covers out. Yes. I see you, Spec. You can't hide from me. Oh, that looks good. Now we're gonna go and just repeat that on the other two layers. We're gonna drag up these lines to extend the shape without having to put in new ones, and it'll all work out. Boom, boom, boom. See that? This is one of the great benefits of working with vector. You don't have to worry about redrawing everything from scratch and ensuring your lines track out. You can just nicely move and meld and twist. And let's finish drawing the rest of the body, actually. Aha. Boom. 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 Boom, 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 blasting through the sky, knocking yo. Everybody, put your hands up. That's an erase. Put that, if you're keeping track in chat, I think that's the 8th erase we've had on accidentally destroying part of the finished work. Okay. And this should be it. So now we've finished step 2. Or step 3, actually, because step... Yeah. Step... We'll put a line there to just... Now we won't. We'll just make the entire thing upper body, because we won't need it for the next one. Yep. So we just need this, and then we're done with step number 2, which is redraw the thing, redraw the chibi we designed every time. Or is that step 3 now? Because it's step 1, put chibi on template. Step 2, make the chibi go from looking like this monstrosity of nature to this refined monstrosity of nature. And then step after that is redraw it 3 times so it looks good on the animation. So I'll just draw this out. Oop. And let's see how this looks. Prepare to eat noodles. Oh, we forgot to draw the ear on one of our frames. That's why you do the previews, to make sure you don't fuck up like that. Cutting out the ear for an elf is pretty big, because these are a very nice, noticeable part of the body. Perfect. Look at that jiggle. That hair is actually jiggling a little too much. Let's go and fix that. So this one's the one that's moving too much. So we're gonna just go in and we'll follow our own advice and use the middle frame. We'll go here. Let's play that again, just to make sure it looks nice. Oops, I'm seeing another thing we've missed. We did not put the hair pattern in the same way on all 3 of these layers. So we'll do that as well. At long last, my mastery of the Spot the 12 Difference game from grade school coloring books finally comes in. The collar's moving a little too much. Bump, bump, bump. I think it's this one where it just dips down too far. Nope. And now let's play that again. Oh, we've got a grower up here. Look at that. It's going sequentially bigger. We don't like that, so you know what that means. We make this one a bit bigger as well. Now part of it's still going in. Bump, bump, bump. Yeah, we're still getting a sequential, so we're gonna have to move this one out a bit too. Yeah. Although, actually, wait, hold on. Part of our things overlap in the hand. We gotta make sure we get rid of that so we can cleanly have that animated. This goes like that. Nice, nice. Yep. But I think we accidentally made the chopsticks invisible on one of these layers, so let's just go up to frame number 1 and turn it back on. Perfect. So let's go and just delete that there. Yeah, nothing. Okay, time for the fun part, coloring. I love it when I get to color these things. So we're just gonna make another folder here for new animation, and we're gonna fill it up with 3 color layers. Get out of there. 1, 2, 3. And to make this even easier, we're gonna put them into a group. Copy the group. Just paste the group 3 times. This way we don't have to redraw everything 3 times of the 3 times. It'll just repeat the loop we've created of frame 1, frame 2, and frame 3. As you go start stealing some colors. This is about your skin color, I think. So we're gonna pop that down for here. Oh, we also forgot to do something else. Gotta set our reference for drawing. Boom. Oh, boom. Boom. So we're gonna set 2 layers as our references, and that's gonna mean when we use our paint bucket tool, the paint we put in will follow all the lines, assuming we set it to use that setting properly. Yeah, see, look, easy fill. Although I think that might be a little too, a bit part of the darker shade end of the spectrum, so let's go with that. Or do we want to use that? Yeah, looks good. Okay, so this isn't an exact science, which is why we've got this here to let us know if we've missed any spots. So as you can see, a little bit of a bit there, a little bit there. Boom. Okay, let's steal your dress color. I think I like this one, the lighter shade. Oh, that's not the part that's that color. It's this part in the middle. No, that part's also gray. Yeah, it's just these parts that are. Although this part at the bottom is actually skin color, so we'll just manually put that in. We didn't properly seal off the bottom because it didn't really matter for us, but we'll just do that there. Use this nice little gray you've got. Fill in that. fill in that. Oh, and this part's also the nice little purple. Purpley burple. For your hair, let's use this nice strong shade of pink, I think. We'll just use a brush here as well. Got a little bit of stuff to just get through. Oh. Hold on a second, I think I'm seeing a little bit of artifacting. Let's just get rid of that. Perfect. This isn't going to be a very complex thing because it's just a little derpy pixel, so we're not going to actually do too much shading as well. Although actually I'm realizing we did forget something from the previous iteration of Noodle Koi, and that was the bowl. So let me just pull that up real quick and just copy that layer again. Yeah. I actually used 2 layers to do things, because by using a masking layer, which is what this little red bit here means. Oh, you can't see it because I'm there. Red bit. It means that things I draw on this layer only appear on the layer below. So it allows you to draw little pattern bits very easily without doing things. Although for this one, it's currently a little bit of a clusterfuck because I'm trying to drag in more than what matters, and the only part that matters right now is the noodle pattern. So I'm just going to go and use the selection to select the part I care about. And invert it to select the area I don't care about, and then I'll just delete that on all 3 of the layers so I can get rid of that dreadful excess patterning from my clothes on my the original koi that is there. Oops, wrong layer. See, now the little pattern of the soup bowl appears. And I can go and erase more of the bits that I don't need. And I'll save you. Oh, did I actually drift my pattern a little? Might not have posted, and I might have gone to the right spot. I think my my bowl might be a bit low in one of them. Yeah, it is. The bowl's low in one of these. 2 of these, huh? Okay, well. Let's just grab that. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, you're a little too high. How did that happen? These shouldn't be posting in the wrong position. Because they should be identical. That's weird. Well, let's just fix these real quick. It might look like like I'm putting a bunch of time into twiddling these a little too much, but it's actually just easier than redrawing the entire pattern again and again and again. Plus, it creates a nice little bit of homogeny to have the bowl at least look the same across all the little noodle drawings. Gives it more of a recognizable brand appearance. Although I think it's actually jiggling too much. Bump, bump. Yeah, this one's too high. Oh, also they're in the wrong order, shoot. the order these are in affects how they look, so I think I put them in the wrong order. So it's detail 3, detail 2, detail 1. I know I memorized how I messed this up, but I just gotta fix that real quick. So by ordering it this way, it should stop fucking up as badly. Yeah, that looks better. Ignore the colors sporadically changing in the back. And I'm going to just turn off the thing so I can see how the pattern looks. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's go and just draw on the noodle color in. A nice yellowy cup ramen flavored ramen noodle coloring there. Perfect. Why is that? Oh, do we have a detailing here? Yep. Gotta watch for that. And let's go and find the coloring of your rose. Oh, and your ribbons are a different color, so let's actually grab 2 there. Grab a nice bit from the pink and a nice bit of that dark red, which we might accentuate on our own just to make it a little bit more visible on the chibi. Sometimes you gotta go for contrast. A bit more, so yep. Well, that looks nice. Let's actually make this a little bit more pale red. Lean into that rose coloring. Yeah, that looks nice. Bring the ramen noodles in. Clear a little bit more of the detailing. Okay, and I think that's pretty good. Now we are missing a bit here. That's why it's important to catch these bits. Any other very notable bleed throughs? Yes, of course, the flowers we forgot to color. So let's go up here. You are a weird techno thing, so we're gonna make you the color you are. Let's lean that a little bit more this way. We'll go with a very a golden yellow. No, that's not gold enough. Let's go a little oranger. Yep. We'll use that same red over here from this. Gonna be the same shade, and for you, we'll use you as as the only 2-tone. We'll go here, and we'll go like this, 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 and that'll make it look like there's a nice little bit of shading going on. Well, actually, let's make the stem the same dark red so we get a contrast. Nice. Okay. I think there's only one more bit we need to do, and that's just the little charm thing we said we'd put in as our final extra layer. So we'll go back up to here. Go to the layer we put these in. We'll scoopity whoop you, the same red color, and we'll just go thick line. Boom. Wrong line type. Boom. Boom. Bump. 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 Perfect. No, that doesn't look good. No, that doesn't look good either. Nope. Let's just not do it. Or we do it as a thin line, so we can actually go here. We can go. Oop. Nah, I think it just doesn't look that great on the chibi, huh? Yeah, we'll just not do it. I think. Yeah, it's gonna be an executive call. I'm just gonna not do it. I kind of want to get through more tonight, so. Last little bit of detailing. We're gonna do the little flower inlay. Ooh. Ooh, let's make that lighter. Perfect. And we'll just do one more little quick flower over here. Really little asterisks. Boom. And actually, we'll give one over here as well. Perfect. And now we just gotta do this 3 more times. Bazinga. But this is the relaxing part. We like to see. We like to do this part. Just calmly doing it. So we might look like we're going over the line here, but this is the masking layer again. So we've just set the masking layer to not be masked for a moment, because Clip Studio Paint has a bit of an issue when you try to use masking layers for with the onion skin tool, because it tries to show you the layer below as well, which means it'll completely hide where the details that only exist in the masking layer above the base, the base layer will be, so you can't actually see them. And so I'm using a trick where I just turn off the masking layer temporarily to see where things are. As you can see, it's working pretty nicely. Get a good view of all the different parts of the branch I made. We'll just make you also temporarily not a masking layer. We'll finish off these on the detailing. Actually, I think I'm going to try doing something a little fun here. I think I'm going to have some of the flowers dance in a circle. So let's go and just quickly try to do that. So let's see how it looks. You need to be thicker. And you need to be thinner. You need to be thinner. So boom, boom. Oop. And we'll go you here to give the illusion that this flower is also going a little circly. Let's try that again, see how that looks. You're too thick, my buddy, my boy. Make you a little thinner. Let's make you move a little down. And oh, almost missed a little bit there. So that's a nice little bit of dancing flower, although there's a bit of a blank spot in the middle of one of you, huh? Can't have that happening. Oops, wrong layer. There you are. Let's set these all to masking again, just so that we don't have to deal with them coming out anymore. And now, oop. Oop, let's start filling the rest of the colors in. Although you're not supposed to be there. You go away. God, I love how the little bits always appear when you finish off parts of this. Of course, this is bleeding over too by a bit. Just make you go away. Do 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 do. Ah, this part's always so relaxing. Nope. Actually, for this one, we have to do another sneaky because the top layer is using coloring. The hand from the original art. So we just got to go and quickly steal skin color. Go here. Boom. Boom. And for this one, we're also going to be doing another little trick where we're not going to interfere with the big layer. We're just going to go down here on the masking layer, and we're just going to add the glove here, so it doesn't mess with where we've got everything else. Perfect. I know it's not efficient, but sometimes I just have that urge to just color some of this stuff by hand, even though I've got a paintbrush that could save me time. It's just the satisfying nature of finally being in the home stretch of these things. So to the next two colors we need are noodles and hair. Let's go. Noodles. Ooh, what's covering up here? Oh, I see what it is. We just pasted the wrong color for our paint. Oops. There's a bit more of our old pattern we don't need anymore. Rest in peace, coloring I used for my Hanten pattern previously. Almost forgot to color the ears again. And that little bit of thigh skin you can see underneath the outfit. Let's just get that in case something gets caught up. Ooh, a little bit of missing pixel there, and just get the rose when it's two little colors. And have we missed anything else? Oh, yes, the top flower. Of course, of course. Oops, we missed a bit on the bottom as well. Fill that gap. Stop having it be open. Okay. Is this line too thick? Just line width. It is too thick. I knew it. See? My eyes don't fail me sometimes. I'm able to tell when something's being a little too incorrectly drawn. And subtle line thicknesses like that can really make these chibis look sloppy if you're not careful. Oh, almost forgot. That's skin. And this is not skin colored because that's glove. Oh, what's causing that little bit of not fill there? Strange. Is that something from... Oh, I bet it's something from the top layer. Let's close you out because we don't need you to be big anymore. Yep, it's from the top layer. Let's just get rid of that. Yep, missing more texture down there. But yeah, we're also going to need to go up here and just fill that in. Can't have our hand be a different color than the glove we're wearing. That just ain't right. Perfect. Now let's go and color in the hand. Oops. That's the detail layer. Speaking of detailers, stop having those be deets. Wrong layer again. When will I learn to put my things in the right place? Oh, look at that appear. Like magic. Boom, boom, ooh. Goodness in there too. Yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Just 4 more colors to go, and those are yellow, purple, red, light. Wrong layer again. Do, do, do. Okay, let's play this and see how it looks. I'll make it extra big so everyone can see it for sure. And I'll hide these 2 images. Yeah, okay. I pronounce you finished. Yeah. I'll just put a little little signy on this thing. I haven't actually used it. Thought of what I'd make mine look like for this account, huh? So I guess I'm gonna go. Let's go with it. Let's go with something a little weird. No, let's just do it this way then, huh? Yeah, actually. Hey, that looks nice. So, I'm gonna just export that real quick. I'm gonna name it a very provocative thing. And I'm gonna quickly post it as I check to see if anyone else has actually responded to the poll I made on former Twitter. And then I'm going to quickly use the bathroom and grab some more water before I come back for the next one I'm gonna make. And remember, if you want to be put into the running, please post a reply with an image on the Twitter I made. You can find my links below. Now I gotta go back to the thing. Let me just double check that I'm making sure how to spell their username right, so I don't accidentally send it into the void by pinging somebody who is not them. Yep. And I will be sure to include the image, of course, because if I don't, I'll just be sending a very, very poorly phrased message at somebody. They have an art tag. Nope. Boom. And I'm gonna go to the loading screen real quick. Go grab some more to drink. Maybe a little sneaky snacky. And we'll BRB. And I'm back. So, first one of these is a Dunzo for Bunzo. And that means it's time for numero dos. Oops, you get in there. Color layer. Yes, okay. Got a nice little snack. Some pretzels and honey mustard. Snyder's of Hanover. Not hashtag not sponsored, of course. They're nice, they're low fat, they don't get your fingers greasy. And of course I got some water. And I've also seen that I've apparently been given a promotional shout out. There's a lot more than usual people in chat, so I guess I know what I'm going to be doing for the next one, next person I draw, since apparently no one has been following the instructions I sent, and I haven't had anyone send me art for the Twitter link. Yeah, I guess we're going to be drawing the Strem Serpente Nugo Quago. Come on, template, make me a copy. This one's probably gonna be a bit more painless than other ones might have been, because I've actually drawn this. Shit, that was my water bottle falling over. Please don't leak, come on. No leak. As I said, I've drawn this personage somewhat frequently in the past, so let me just pull up some of my reference art for what they look like when they're chibied. Made into the smallest denominator. Oh, this song's nice and relaxing. I understand why this. I'm understanding why this channel has become so popular recently. It really is just a nice vibe to just listen to in the background. And being royalty free ain't hurting it either. I'll tell you what. Okay, this has a lot more dark areas on it than I thought, so I'm just gonna... Rotate los images. Oh, that's a pro gamer, some pro gamer scuff over there. Let's just move as you need. Nagi's currently blocking the color wheel, but that won't matter for the sketch part of this, so he's all fine. He's good, you see, it don't matter, you know? Why am I doing this accent? It's not good. Very bad accent. Let's quickly just eat one or two more of these pretzels. I'm actually kind of hungry. My breakfast waffles were a while ago, so I've actually been feeling the call of the abyss. Oh, actually, we also gotta copy that other layer, don't we? Because we're missing We're missing that layer. Of course, we need to name it properly, so let's just go and do that, and we'll just quickly erase the parts we don't need, so we don't have to redraw the ramen bowl, because that's going to be a pain in the ass. Perfect. And let's just go bang, 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 because there is in fact no colors in the color layer yet. Let's go and draw this serpente of streaming. So let's see. First of all, you got to remember there's these big weird horn antenna things coming out of the top, the little plumes of the plume de serpent. So we can make them like really, we can make them go like really high and happy, which I don't think would be fits the alert energy. Or I think we're gonna make them go a little floopsy on this, or we could make them go up and down. We could give them a little up and down energy. Oh, why isn't the thing showing up? That's weird. But we could give a little flop energy if we go like that. That. And then that. Because that'll make it look like they're going that's a little creepily alert. Let's go this then. There's a trick to animation where you want, if you want something that goes fast, you don't go evenly spaced. You go start, close to end, and then a little bit overlap of end, then back to the end, or 4. You can also do, if you want to do it a different way, you can go start, short after start, close to end, overlap end, and then end. Or also 1, close middle, close end, overlap end, back end. If you want to have a little bit of jiggle back, because it makes you feel like you're moving. Because depending on what's moving though, because like when you run like a person, you don't just go and immediately stop. You go a little bit further and then you correct back when you lean back to halt momentum. But for the floppy plumes, if you want to do that, we'll have to make it go like that. But we're not doing it right. It's because it's get back on the layer you're supposed to be on. Oh, dang it, you're not on the right layer. Boop, boop. Supposed to be here for experimenting with floopsies. We're just making go middle. So we'll go. We'll also, of course, have to change the angle it's going at, because the face curves like this, so the antennas are really gonna. So the plumes are gonna have to go like. Oops. No, we can't click delete because we need the eyeballs. We'd have to do a face line and then just go like this. So we could make the plumes go like that. We could also just make them go floopsy. Like. What do we feel in chat? How do we want the plumes to go? Give me answers. Tell me things I need to know. Although plumes are easy to put in later, so we'll just do the rest of the body first. Nagi's got a big old single hair part in the middle. Goes down pretty far actually too, so we can go boop boop for that. And then the side bits actually you can really simplify down if you go like this, that, or sometimes you can go just boop, 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 like that. I think I'm gonna go with. Actually, you know, I'm gonna try a different style than usual. I'm gonna go like doop boop. I'm gonna go boop. We'll close that in with a little bit of a connect here. There. And then we'll just go for a little breaky wake right here. We'll see how that looks. Oh, that looks nice. I like that. We'll just make this part go down a little bit further too, like this. Electric Boogaloo, and okay, that's a nice look today. Let's just go and connect the vects. Quivects. And delete a few of these to make sure it looks nice. We'll remember the process which we use to make this for the next bit, so we can have it look nice and consistent. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. We'll just move this line a little more to the curve. Boom. We'll get rid of you, because you're not the right length. You're not consistent. And without consistent length, what are we but an animal? Wildly bashing our head into a wall. What I need to do here is I think I need to separate the lines again. Now they're separate. I can do this. Perfect. And this part I'm gonna have to simplify and move upwards. Ooh. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let's go. Like that. Finish out the bits, and then we'll go for the side, which I like doing as a bit of a weep. No, that didn't look good. Gotta go. Kind of a... No, it didn't look good. Nope, that's the wrong control. And then we'll go for the little floopy plumes on the side. Fun fact, if you steal the plumes, you can use them to make incredibly powerful cosmetic armor that has no intrinsic increase in attack power, but it does make things look nice and pretty. Haha. That goes like this, and then of course there is the elusive big bangs that go all the way floppy like that. Sometimes you don't notice the details on some things until you start drawing them out more often, but a lot of VTubers got a lot of really subtle details you don't notice on first glance. They just blend in, and you don't notice until you start drawing them, like the little visual complexities. I mean, for myself, my hair is kind of complex, but I'm more pretty simple. I'm a lot of lines on paper. So if you look at me for a bit, just to show off my design decision, I've got my my Hanten, which is, you know, it's got a nice pattern to it, which was a complete pain in the ass to rig, by the way, because they have to move. They give more of an impression of movement like grid paper when I'm doing it. I got my shirt, which has texturing, but not too much. Very basic line on my shirt. A moral of what I hope for. Please feed the koi. And for the rest of it, it's just line details. I'm actually not complex. I've got my necklace, which has a pretty good bit of detail if I zoom in real quick. Weep. It's got a line pattern to it. It's got the jade, but it's also not too complex. I'm pretty easy to draw, believe it or not. But some other people have like some pretty interesting niche design bits. Like Nagi's hair has the front bit. You know what? I'm actually gonna copy and paste the images. I can just point and look at it a bit to show off the little bits. You might not notice on first glance. And the things that I move whenever I draw something like this. So there's like a whole bunch of different big segments to the hair. Like there's, and this is also kind of looking at it from the perspective of someone who might have to deal with rigging on hair, and rigging gave me a bit of an idea on how like think of the different parts of the hair, because you've got, damn it, that's eraser. There's one part here, the floppy front bit. Then you've got another bit, ear bit. You've got the downward part, the looser bang. You got the front bangs, secondary bang, tertiary bang. You got the head bit, then you got the part in the back afterwards. And that's just the top, and the back goes down really floopily. It's nice and foldy and big wavy hair, not too jaggedy. But there's a lot of parts in the hair if you don't think about it. So when I simplify the hair, I think of there's the noticeable bit in the front, which you always notice. It's right there, front and center, and you've kind of just got a bit of a rhombus shape on the side. So I go for like a tear. I go for a bunch of just these things to make that one work. And you've got a nice crescent shape on the side, which is kind of a double crescent, really. Of course, you have to include the 3 ovals of the feathers, plus the 1 triangle of the ear if you're doing a detailed drawing that needs it. This one ain't gonna have ears, so it doesn't matter. We put ears on the elf because the elf ears are a very big part of changing the face shape. And we're gonna put in the ears up here because these are a very big part of the silhouette of the design. And other than that, we just need to make sure we've got the curve here for the back hair, and we can kind of do whatever we want for the big floopsies in the back, because that's just a whole big bunch of big gentle curves we can put together. The key details we need to get for the front though is the scarf, because the scarf without the scarf, Nagi looks fucking weird. Like, because this scarf adds a very nice thematic design because it's a big old snake tongue, but it also adds a really good splash of color, and it breaks up the generic appearance of just a hoodie. So like, look at her without it, and look at her with it. It's just, who is this? It's just some dude. But now it's, yes, you got that tongue bit. And it ties really nicely with the serpent on the bottom to really fit the snake aesthetic. And it comes back around the back, but when we're doing a chibi, we don't need to worry about it, because typically we're either too stubby to show the bottom part of where bottom half of the thing goes, or we're focused where it's very small and it goes all the way behind. So we just got to make sure we get the big old maroon of the scarf on the chibi, and we need the orange curve of the snake. The badge, which is a nice badge, it says Danger Snake, I think, is cool, but I've kind of wound up cutting it. I think a lot of the times I've wound up drawing her as a chibi because it just becomes very small when you scale it down, and I don't know how I feel about making it like really large. You know, I think I'll make it really large on this one. Let's see how that turns out. But until then, we got to just do what we got. And so what we have to do now is we got to get the nice little half moons I mentioned on the other side of the head, the left side, to make it look cool and symmetrical, and to also hide part of the face without making her face look, because it makes her face look too big if we leave this part of the head in. So we're gonna go boop. That line's too big. Oops. Yeah, let's go. Boop. Doop, 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 doop. Now this is bleeding a little too far in, so we might have to just undo that, actually. Maybe we'll go like this, actually. We'll go a little bit of a subtle in. But we'll go boop. Yeah, we'll go crescent in like this. And it cuts out to here. How's that look? Oops. Let's connect those up. Simplify. Get rid of a lot of those points. Those points are pointless, so we don't need them. Oh, you didn't connect? See, I see. I'll see how it is. I'll see how it is. Nah, that's still fucking too... That's still too high on the face. I don't think it looks good. I guess we'll just go for a breakdown like this. We'll just have the... We'll have it come in like this. And we'll just see a lot of Nagi's head here. Oh, actually, no, we can do... To break up the shape of the head without being too overly, we'll just go like this. Because there is that little bit up there that just curves in. So we'll just do that. We just don't want the head to look too circular, I think, is what I'm going for. Doesn't look great either. How about like this? Yes, it's nice. Okay. We'll get rid of you. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. Now let's just get the top part of the head done, which should be here. Nope. No, let's go like this. Come on. Get rid of all you. Nope. I think that might have messed it up a bit. Yeah, I don't think that looks great. I kind of do gotta have something to cut off these little feathers from getting too close. You know, maybe I'll just do this, this. I'll just cut that and make it look good. Yeah, we'll redraw the bottom one and give a sort of gradient to the plumes. We'll go like this. Oh, I still got you there? Well then. Hmm? Oh right, I forgot to set template to orange. Yeah, that's what's going on. I'm just fucking up. Fucking up by trying to erase things that don't exist. Yeah, that's it. I'm doing great. For real, I am. You just go. God, her head looks so empty without the plumes. They just... It's like looking at Mickey Mouse without the ears, which kind of just looks like, well, it kind of looks like what, like this? Actually, Mickey Mouse doesn't have hard black outlines on his eyes. He just has, he's got soft ones, doesn't he? He's got You know, the more I'm drawing this, the more I'm realizing it has been a hot minute since I've seen Mickey Mouse. Who's this? This can't be right. He's got more of the bottom of his face like uncolored these days, right? Because he's got to get like, he's got to have his smiley face. Like, oh boy, kid, it's me, Mickey. Time to bring your favorite things to life again. Huh. That don't look right at all. Hold on, like, is he just, like, cause he does the silhouette eyes? No, that doesn't look like him at all. That looks like shitty Sonic the Hedgehog. Wait, hold on, let me try. I'm trying to draw Mickey Mouse from memory here. Give me a second. Is he like this these days? He's got the thing, he's got the big expressive eyes. He's got the little triangle out of his eyes to make him look smiley and relatable. He's got his big nose. Not too big, I guess. He's got the smiley mouth that makes kids want to buy his products infinitely. He's got the... That can't be right either. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, wow, geez, I am... It truly has been a hot minute since I've seen Mickey Mouse, huh? Oh, dear. Oof. You can Google a picture of Mickey Mouse on your own. I'm not proud of this. Wow, that was not good. Oh, that's a very chunky plume. Hey, that's a little too thick. Gonna make them a little thinner. Put them plumes on a diet. Can't be too fat. Otherwise they look weird. Do we go full flop down though? Because like if I do flop down though, like oh, like the... Well, that's actually kind of cute. Let's go bloop, bloop. Now like this. And we're just gonna throw in a little bit of experimental coloration to just see how this looks. Because I want to make sure that this is not going to be like too bad, because I don't want to erase the bottom layer here. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. So if we go for the other one, it'll be like... I want to make them too thick because it looks too chunky, and that doesn't look much like the model design we're going for. Okay, no, that's too thin. Gotta make them go out a bit more. We're gonna make the ones on the right go a little bit more forward, I think. Yeah, I think the depth we're going for should not be portrayed right. So if we go like this. Yeah, we can then bring the ones on the right down a bit more, like this. And then we go, oop, oop. Actually, we'd probably bring these ones a bit more forward. Nope. More forward like this. Yes. That looks nice. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good depth for it. And now we can go for the next. Let's just do an experiment here to see how this works out for the rest of it. Because if we go here, we go boop, boop, boop. We're doing this so we can view the ultimate version. It's like this. A subtle raise. Here. 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 Subtle raise here. 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 One's too thick. And then that, that, and that. We'll make it arc more on the back one, so it gives the appearance of, you know, depth, the illusion of art, stealing the third dimension that no one foresees. And then we can even come back to the first one, and we'll do a little flopsy downwards motion to make it look like it's flopping down. So let's see how that looks. And we'll just quickly hide the completed work we have there to, you know, get rid of that. And let's see. Okay, we're in business. I think we got some nice little flappy, happy flappy. Okay, now we just need to draw it properly. And by that I mean redraw these and the other one and the other one. But now we have the idea, we can soar. Let's get more of a downward angle on this so it really accentuates that it's moving down. So we're gonna have to down curve like that, but gently. It's a very subtle curve we're going for. Okay, perfect. Now on to the next one. Well, actually, after we, on to the next one after we quickly finish the last 2 bits of the draw. I think this part gonna get redrawn as well. Boop. And yeah, let's, we can use to pad out the shoulders, actually. We can use the aforementioned scarf. And this is actually going to let us use a technique that was pioneered back in the early days of animation, the Yogi Bear method. So, back before we really had easy ways of animating, we used to animate on cells, which were drawn bits of cellophane or plastic that we'd draw on. But of course, that meant that a lot of early animation looked either really weird or sketchy because you had to have consistency. And how do you animate consistency? Well, it's drawing the entire character as one blob. But there was a very big break for a character known as Yogi Bear. It was, pretty big if you've watched Boomerang or old cartoons. So Yogi Bear had a very important thing, which was his bow tie. It wasn't a very complex thing at all things considered. It was just 2 triangles, 4 triangles, a circle, and that. But it let them do something really cool with him, which meant that his head, they could have a clear differentiation point between Yogi Bear's head that's a kind of nightmarish Yogi Bear, and his body. So this meant that they had a really easy point where they could draw the head part of Yogi Bear independently. So if Yogi Bear's head needed to turn while he's, say, I don't know, driving a car, you would just say, okay, we'll draw the entire lower body here separately. Like this entire bottom is one part differentiated here. And then we'll just redraw the head we'll just redraw the animation here on the top. So we don't reanimate the bottom, but we reanimate the top to make Yogi Bear start facing forward. And that idea of breaking up characters into multiple parts instead of just drawing them as single pieces was pretty huge at the time. And I'm using that technique, not really for animation here, but to separate the parts of the body and give a better impression of what's going on underneath. Since the hunched over pose of ramen eating is pretty hard to see, if we use a scarf, which is a notoriously poofy and fluffy object, to stand on top on the shoulder area, we can give the impression that the scarf is simply the reason why the shoulder looks so distorted. It's just the scarf poofing up. And by blaming everything on the scarf, we can then do the rest of it pretty easily. And we can also trace down here to give an idea of where forms are going. If we put the rest of the scarf down, we can then further break up the form of the body to make it look more natural, because now we think, oh, the body's standing here, it might look a little weird before, but now we know it's just the scarf flooping downwards and covering up where the clearly well-drawn body breakdown is. And that's, my friends, is how you make your art work for you. We also get to make the arms look a little chunkier here, because step one, we can actually break here. Oops. We've got to make the scarf go around. We'll be using the hair in front of the scarf as another break to make the line work look a little bit better than it really is. Oop. So now, as far as we know, the scarf curves very neatly. Actually, let's go and try that again. Weep. Perfect. And now we'll also just redraw the nice poofy thing, because you see Nagi doesn't have well, not having big robe like me, does have very poofy sleeves on her hoodie. So now we get to draw those to further break up the arm shape, which means we don't have to worry about the arm looking as precisely anatomically great, because the poofiness of the hoodie will cover it, and it will make it look better by using the vaguer shapes. Which sounds like cheating, but yes. Some of the best art is made by cheating. Not too much, of course, because if you cheat too much, your art's going to look just cheap. But if you take the little subtle bits here, you can sometimes make something look... Why in the hell is it breaking up so poorly? I mean, ain't the greatest, look a little bit better. Yeah. See, look, we can... It already looks pretty neat, because we got the big puffy looking hoodie. Coming down, we actually go... For here, we can probably do a harsher angle, I think. Yep, make that look like the elbow coming in. No, the elbow won't come in like that. We'd make it come like this, because the arc of the cloth would be on that side. Whoop. You've broken up into too many objects. Time to control point move you. That was delete. Add that to the count. We're at what, 16, 17? 17 accidental deletes. I think I've been a little too quiet on my chatting for a bit. Give me a second. I just want to make sure I get this angle on the thing down nicely. Okay, look at that. The hoodie sleeve moves nicely there. We can even move a bit here to imply the hoodie's existence there as well. And I believe the only thing we have left to do is to give the last impression of depth, which would here for the hoodie be the snake on it, but that'll come later. So until then, it's going to look a little bit tubular, not in a good way, but in the way that makes it just look like a big block. However, now we can draw it again, and now it's going to start looking nice. And we can do this part a bit quicker because now we know where all the shapes go, and we can actually start optimizing how we place them. But I am craving another pretzel or two, so here's some more pretz. Yeah, it's really easy once you get the first bit down, huh? Just gonna also get rid of the, I'm gonna get rid of the floopy ears on the first one, just so I don't accidentally include them in my silhouette for the second one. Subtle point overlap, gotta watch out for that. This is vector, right? Hmm. I wonder if I changed one of the settings by accident. Time to do what I do when I fuck up like that. Just close the program and reopen it.
Huh. Strange. I hope it's not a weird niche setting I messed up. Well, I might be vibing a bit too much into the non-talking zone. Quickly, conversation topics. Foods I've eaten recently. Yesterday I had ramen noodles. I was hungry, and I thought to myself, shit, I don't have time to make a real dinner. So I reached into my trusty friend, my cabinet, and I pulled out a packet of ramen noodles. I got myself a big old thingo-thango of water. You know, fill the pot up, put the right amount in, of course. Never use the wrong amount or your ramen tastes a little meh. It's too diluted if you don't put enough in. If you put too much in, and then it's a little too concentrated if you don't. So it's a real delicate balance. Some people say I'm crazy for saying it, putting it that way, but to anyone else I say, you're the crazy one. It's weird. I am on vector, right? Weird. Anyway. I did a few little tricks to make it a little tastier. I put in a little bit of sesame oil, which I find gives it a nice little bit of body, but you don't put too much in, otherwise you start really oiling up your internal veins, and that's not good for you. Because even though sesame oil is a pretty light oil, you don't want to have too much of those in your body, especially with most ramen. Being a bit unhealthy. It's a food that gets you the calories you need to live, but not the calories you need to be like turbo healthy. And I put in a little bit of soy sauce. It's a low sodium ramen, and I wanted to have a nice bit of salt to it. Bit of that knackle taste, if you know what I mean. Following that, I also decided to throw in a bit of my white pepper. The Chinese secret ingredient. The thing we put in all our soups to make them taste better. Give me a little bit of extra spice because I'm using the non-spicy ramen because they've been out of the spicy variant for months and it's making me really sad. I don't know why, it's some sort of supply issue, but bleh. It's fucking lame. I'll tell you. And I could put a little. Nah, we'll just leave it like that. We're not gonna mess with that. We could try to put an extra detail in, but sometimes you just don't want to put an extra detail in because it actually makes it look less clean. The enemy of simplicity is too many details. Okay, now we just gotta do flopsy number 2. Remembering what flopsy number 1 looked like real quick, just going back. We gotta make flopsy number 1 visible. Go on. Get over here. We got to make sure it's going up a bit, but not too much of a bit. And that means... $18. We're renaming it so we can also see the previous version better. Yeah. The downside of making this one a little too fast and loose in the first version is that it's the thicker line is making me misthink and second guess where I should be putting these other ones to make it look good. Yeah. The trick is to just do them like this, which is one line, a second line, and a curve, which I draw as just one curve, and then just draw a second smaller one off like that, or like that if you really want to. You can also think of it as three lines. They go like this and like that. I'm sorry. 1 second. I drew the middle line too short. I fucking love segmented drawing. Oh, I've one second. OBS got the thing visible. I fucking love drawing things in segments. Drawing things in one go, hard. Drawing things piece by piece and just putting them together like this, it's so nice. I'm obviously not much of the visual arts. I tend to draw one continuously. One continuous line can do certain things well. Complex parser is the one weakness of it. Okay, okay, I drew this. This one's too fat. Still too fat? Yeah, it's still too fat. My current tell with the plumes, I think, is my not drawing them the same way each time, which for animation is a key thing to do. What is that method? Asking as a person who, believe it or not, is actually not the greatest at art. I'm pretty amateur. I'm using a lot of older techniques I know that aren't that advanced. Because this looks impressive, but you gotta remember what I'm basically doing is just drawing the same thing 3 fucking times. Trades my own goddamn work. Because I haven't a clue. There is knowing what more drawing or less will know what you're doing without that. Oh, fuck. There's a fucking term for that. It's, what's the name of it? There's a term. The definition of the term is the inability to completely visualize something in a completed state in your brain. And I cannot remember what the name for that term is. It's a condition that some people have, but you can learn steps to get around it. That might be it. That might be the term. But there's ways to get around things like that. For example, I know you're a writer, so you being using the discovery method rather than a structural method can help for drawing instead of writing, where you draw the next evolution of what you think the thing should look like, and then after a few iterations of that, you'll have yourself at a finished position where you can say, okay, I think I want more of X or Y, and you can start putting that in. Yeah. I know somebody who's a sculptor who does that for they're fucking insane, by the way. They're a hobbyist sculptor, and they exclusively sculpt like 800-pound weird surrealist wooden statues. They don't sell them or anything, they just keep them around their house. It's fucking wild. Yeah, they got this giant ass air compressor in their garage, and the thing scares the shit out of me every time I'm there, because it's like, oh god, it makes the most worrying sounds because it's kind of old. And they're like, nah, it's fine. I'm like, oh god, if I put a soda down next to this thing wrong, it's gonna fucking explode and murder me. Because now see, that's why I save all my iterations of the things I make. So that way I don't fucking lose them, so I can always go back. It sounds stupid, but it helps. You don't even want to know how many iterations of koi I went through to get to this Koizetsu art. Because it was brutal for some periods of time in there. Let's get rid of your floopsies here. Just don't want to have the flop in the way. I mean, hey, just take the iteration a few times. I mean, I know I showed this image on my Twitter recently, but the brain moves in weird places, and you got to just acknowledge it sometimes. Because here's stage one of something I had to make recently, because I needed art for something, so I utilized the tried and true method of acquiring art on a budget. Finding the nearest artist that can give me free art, i.e. the person sitting in the chair I'm in, and making them do something. So this, I don't know if I can how do you fucking reset the things? This is what I had for art for something I made recently. Look at this. It's fucking weird. It's got geography on it. But there's a completed version people will probably see on like Tuesday when I play Slay the Spire again, and I'm gonna post the art. It's gonna look cooler because it just takes a lot of steps sometimes to get to where you need to be. Now where the hell's the reference sheet I'm using? I need Nagi's upper body again to show me how to draw the part of her sleeve. Yeah, that's it. The Renaissance Man, a harder thing than it seems at times, and it doesn't sound very easy to begin with. Although I think Renaissance Man used to be a lot easier back in the day when the things you could make to be considered a Renaissance Man were a lot easier. It was just basically like carpentry. Dost thou know how to useth a hammer and nails without splitting thine own finger nails off, knave? You do? Please, please, forsooth, teach me how to use L hammer. God, that's a brutal attack on the English language. Oh, hold on a second. Did I fuck up one of my things? Yeah, I did. I didn't draw I drew this line differently on this one. Gotta watch out for that. That's an insidious trap there. Getting weirdly off model like that can cost you a lot of time and heartache. Verily. Verily, 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 life is but a dream. Let's make one of these strands flop up a little bit. Yeah, let's do that. Get a little bit of flopsy-wopsy action. And Mopsy and Cottontail can, I guess, be there too. Chop, chop, chop. I'm really starting to really vibe with these lo-fi vibes. I selected them because they were just the easiest way of royalty-free music until I better research how to use OBS to cut a voice channel or a sound channel. But damn, these are pretty nice. Hey, that's pretty neat. You know, I think I'm gonna change my shirt real quick. I feel like being on a different shirt. I feel like giving the world a motivational message that people can read and type out in chat if you can decipher what this shirt says in its excellent English. The Queen's Own. I've actually learned a very interesting fact about this shirt and things related to it. So this shirt's a reference to a show I've watched in the past of a franchise I know I've mentioned before on stream called Kamen Rider. Yeah, we're back to that shit again. But in it, there was a guy named Banjo Ryuga who wore a lot of really funny shirts with either incredibly good English or incredibly bad English, depending on the shirt. And this shirt was the one that one of my favorites that he wore. And it says, "Keep your mind be open window every day," which was kind of fucking funny. Cause like it's one of those like clearly like goofy hokey motivational shirts, but the English was just so poorly auto translated that it just did not work out. But yet another shirt that I decided not to use, even though I liked it a lot. It just seems like it might be a bit of a self-burn for a VTuber to be wearing a shirt that says "You look better on social media." Because that was a fucking excellent. That was a grade A shirt to wear. Let me pull up the you look better on social media shirt. Damn, there's a lot of people with this shirt now. Oh, you can't just paste images in OBS. Okay, I guess I'll have to save this image and add another one. But here's Banjo wearing his signature "You look better on social media" shirt. There he is. I'll put him up here. God, is this how visual noise addictions start? I think this might be. Ooh, I'm gonna hide him then. But just take a good look on. You look better on social media. I guess I'll make him big. But the actor who played him has since moved on to new things. Since in terms of like the Japanese entertainment industry, working on Kamen Rider is considered a like a basic thing you need to do to start getting your foot in the door. It's like working in like B-grade movies like Attack of the Mega Jumbo Seal, or a Mega Shark movie if you watch the Sci-Fi Channel. And so a lot of actors tend to not want to get associated with the roles they do on Kamen Rider once they get out. Also, like sometimes like the fan base can be kind of fucking insufferable about harassing them. Like, oh, why? Could you tell us something more about the thing? And it's like, no, I don't work on that anymore. Wait, hold on a second. I haven't been drawn on the wrong layer, have I? No, I didn't. I fucked that up. I did fuck something up. Okay. Undo saved me, but yeah, once they finish working on a project, a lot of them are like, please never fucking talk to me again. And then some are like, no, like, please talk to me about this again. I really loved this. I really loved my time on the show. So it's really 50-50. I'm not quite sure where the guy who played Banjo stands, or Banjo, as you pronounce it properly. But currently he's actually the main character. He's playing the main character on the Zombie 100 live action movie, which I learned somewhat recently. And I was like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. I might actually check this out now, because he's a pretty good comedic actor, and I really liked him as his role as dumb musclehead guy on Kamen Rider Build. So I'm probably going to check out the Zombie 100 live action when it finally comes out, possibly before the anime finishes, because the anime's been having a lot of production delays. We are currently we're still waiting for episode 8 to come out, I think, and the rest of the shows in the season are at 12 or 13, so they've missed like 5 weeks of production, which means it might have to do the thing where it takes fucking forever to finish coming out, because it won't have a slot to broadcast on network television in Japan, because they still fucking hold shows up on that even if they're on Netflix for some fucking reason. I don't know why, but they do it. But yeah, that show has been suffering from that. It's been a real shame, because I've been waiting for the adaptation for ages, because I started reading it when it first started coming out in manga. So I was like, oh, it's such a shame that it keeps getting delayed. But what I think the reason for the delays is that they don't want to burn out their staff on the anime about how it sucks to have your boss burn you out on projects. And that's probably the reason why they're getting so many delays, because they just don't want to they don't want to rush out an episode and then have the immediate news cycle be studio making anime about how terrible burnout and work exploitation culture exploits workers to finish products. They'd be like, wow, that is a pro gamer move, guys. You fucked up. So I suspect that that's the reason that they've been having so many issues on production. I'm not entirely sure. I could easily be wrong, but my gut tells me it's because they don't want to be struck by incredible irony for making corporate oversteps. There are other projects. Will they burn people out? Oh, there's a horribly high 50-50 chance on that, but for the one about how bad it is to burn people out, that one's definitely not going to have them burn people out. Because they'd just be writing their own obituary at that point. Which I think some people do. Some people prep obituaries for themselves, and it can be kind of funny in a gruesome way to like read those things, because it's like, I was the coolest guy ever, and people were jealous of me my entire life. And I am survived by my $500 million custom Jeep Wrangler that no one is gonna inherit because fuck all of you. Or they leave it to their cat because they're like one of those people. It's like, I saw the meme about the guy who, the joke about the guy who left his will to his cat. I'm gonna do that and piss off my entire family. No one returned my no one gave me a phone call on my birthday the last 2 years. I'm gonna give it to my cat. Mr. Nibbles was always there for me. Through thick and thin, he was always there to piss on my chair. But that showed me he loved me, because at least he cared to piss on my chair. There's something I don't fucking know. Where was that bit going? That wasn't a good bit. Let's see. Yeah, we need to do the floppy ears for this, and then we need to do the back hair. And by back hair, I mean hair on the back, not not you know what I mean. I'm not drawing weird back hair on Nagi. That'd get me fucking killed. I'd wake up in the morning and I'd find 2 incredibly circular snakes bouncing and floating over me to inject venom in my veins. Let's move you over here just a little bit. Okay. Now let's see how this looks when we just get rid of you from visibility. Let's see how flopsy you look. Yep, you look pretty flopsy. You are not visible. You need to stop being visible. And you need to have just some whittle animation lines. Just 2. You don't need a lot to make it look good. But let's make that floppy happen. Okay, that's good, but I think we're gonna need to make him look a little different. So we're gonna go here. Oh, dang, is this on the wrong layer again? Yes, perfect. Let's see if that does it. Yeah, perfect. We just need to move these 2 a little bit over. A bit. Change the angle slightly. Move them there. And Bob's your uncle. They aren't appearing on 2 layers, are they? No, it's just an optical illusion caused by frame rate. And no fill. Perfect. Okay. I believe we are basically there. Time to just add the floppy, floopy hair at the back. Make sure we're in the right layer. Okay, how floppy and floopy do we want this big? Do I want big snake hair to be today? I think very floppy. And let's add that. So we have the idea it's spinning off. Doesn't matter where we see it, because actually let's go like this. Now let's just go that. A little bit of this, that, and that. And one of these. Yeah. That's close enough to an impression of flop. And then let's just go here and... Oop. Perfect. Actually, let's go like this. Because we could actually just go oop, 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 nope. You go here. Nah, it doesn't look great. Nah. Yeah, that'll do it. A little bit here. Oh, actually, you know what we can include here actually? We'll include the elusive back scarf. The rarely seen Scarf Delos back. Oh yes, I guess back to the ramen I ate yesterday. So I put some eggs into it. I did the scrambled method. Well, not really scrambled. It's a sort of like soft boil, Korean boil, where you basically just take your eggs, you know, normal ass eggs. You finally scramble them in your ramen bowl before you eat them. You mix in a little bit of white pepper and soy sauce, and then once it's nice and foamy, you just stick it into the ramen about a minute before you eat it, and it'll puff up really nicely, absorbing the broth. You don't mix it in; you just pour it in, and it'll cook on its own, and it'll be nice and fluffy and delicious. So it's a more filling way of like putting in 1 or 2 eggs into your noodles, and it's a very fun way to have eggs. And I learned how to do it off the internet. Not really on the internet, actually. I learned how to do it because I researched a recipe for that style of Korean eggs, because I wanted to make some of it at one point. And I did. It was kind of like a pain in the ass to make just by itself. But then I realized, yo, wait, actually, I can make these with my ramen, huh? Because it's basically the same process. And I started doing that. And now I do it. I now do a lot of time when I want to eat an egg with my ramen. Each fun, and I enjoy it. And now we gotta do one last thing, which is customize the hand, because the hand's gonna be bigger this time, because thanks to the hoodie, we get to make a nice and poofy thing. Let's just increase that slightly. Yeah, that gives the impression of the of depth we're looking for. Perfect. And you go here, here. Nice. Now we're back to my favorite part of these things. Caloric. Caloric. And thankfully I've got the color scheme for how I color Nagi just saved. Oh, that's a neck crack. Oh, I feel good. I feel really nice. Because I have colored that exact color scheme too many times in the past. So I'm just gonna reach in here and steal what I need. Steal from myself. The ultimate crime. When you are both the victim and the perpetrator. Nope, that's her. That is not her pale skin. Up, don't forget. Hot pink background, we need you to catch any mistakes we might make here. Also, we're gonna need to quickly borrow you ramen noodle colors. Yeah, let's go back to 2 colors we need. Oop. Oops. Looks like this one bleeds out somewhere. So, huh, where is it bleeding from? Well, I might be vibing a bit too much here. Hold on a second. I forgot there's a minor speed component to this. Dang it, you right, you don't work that well because of that. I'll have you know that the coloration for the plumes is only temporary because I actually 50% of the time I use a subtly different shade for them. Oh, damn, missed that detail the first few times around. Huh, I just had a really weird line of thought. But I don't know if I want to say it out loud because I might bring it into existence. Has anyone been seeing a lot of those people try to do the 100 nuggie challenge lately? Like, I don't understand why people are doing it, because I can tell from looking at it, it looks like a horrible idea for having an incredibly bad time, but, it's funny to watch people do it. So, I remember ages ago, no one probably remembers, this is an old story from, God, like 6 years ago, 5 years ago? No, 6, because it came out a year ago, 2-year development time, 5 years ago, actually, yeah. There was some guy on Reddit, because it's fucking always on Reddit, who was like, they're never gonna make season 5 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. No, this was 6 years ago, because he said it. He said the thing a year before. And he said, if it doesn't come out, if it ever comes out, I'll fucking eat 100 Oreos. Like, which I want to emphasize, that is a stupid amount of Oreos. That is I am going to get horrifically sick quantity of Oreos. And then, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure got a part 6. I got a part 5 adaptation, and then someone was like, "Yo, so anyone remember the name of that dumbass who said he was gonna eat the Oreos?" And everyone started to kind of making jokes about the guy, and then the guy did it. The fucking mad lad went and recorded himself in a 2-day, 16-hour stream eating 100 Oreos. And that man got food poisoning. Like, middle of day 1, he started feeling kind of bad. By end of day 1, he was feeling awful, but he still showed up for day 2 to eat more fucking Oreos. And then he started throwing up, I think. No, he didn't throw up. He threw up afterwards. He pushed through and finished, though, which was insane. But you can't find the videos anymore. They're taken down. I think he privated them, which is a tremendous loss to history itself, of course. You can no longer watch the Rohan Oge 100 Oreos self-flagellation, but it was a fucking hilarious moment of internet history. You had to be there for it. I mean, I wasn't because I was like busy with stuff, but I watched the VODs of it, and now I'm seeing this again with the 100 chicken nugget recurring among VTubers, and I can't help but wonder what sick brainworm made you do it, because that used to the 100 nuggies used to be a joke. It was called the Nuggo Centurion. And like people used to make fun of it. It's like, wow, fuck, what are you gonna do? The Nuggo Centurion? And people were like, yeah, I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, I fucking want to get myself food poisoning. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. And it's like, no one did it. And now people are doing it to themselves. Like, I think I saw Arthur Abbott do it on his stream, and he ate like 60 before he realized, yo, wait, actually, I like my organs where they are. I'm a stop here, chat. You can't make me do more. And that man stopped at like 60 because he only wanted to beat someone else who did 59, I think. Ah, foolish pride. Why do you drive mankind to perform such foolish acts? Just so bizarre. We claim we are so enlightened as a species, and yet we perform these acts of pure idiocy. And now the Serpente at long last. Oops. Oh, I guess we can't draw the badge today, actually. Because the badge is not visible. And also not watching this stream. Ayo, obscure references. Ooh, jiggled my mic cable by accident. That's a whoopsie. Hope I didn't sound too bad to you guys. Chop, chop. So let's see how this is looking now. Ah, we missed the hair on one layer. Ooh, it's looking pretty good, pretty good. So now let's just go and fill in the last little bit of the hair flops. No, I keep you. What I mean is we go to you. It's easy to draw the bit on the plumes. They're just kind of pale. Top. There's just a big old splash on the middle one and nothing on the small ones. Although sometimes I like drawing a little one on the small ones too. Make the small plumes feel like they're included in being cool and awesome like the big ones. Big splash, small slash. You know, I think I'm gonna make these plumes just the regular color. I'm gonna make the other plumes a different color. Erratas everywhere. But actually, you know what we can do here? We do a little fancy technique called break-in, where we're actually going to break the like that. That's going to give it more of a blur effect when we move it. Yes, it will be cute AF. For real, for real. We could even include a break on the other bit too. But we also have to clean up some little bit of missing coloration, I'm noticing. We gotta redo the plumes real quick. And then which of these? Yeah, there it is. That's the layer with the different plume colors. We just gotta go and fix that real quick. Aha. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna be very inexact with how the plumes change their color. There it is. Last we need to. Nope. Be very blurry. You go very fast on it because I just want to. I want the plumes to kind of look like they're moving the most. Because they're floppy little feather things, so they go every which way. Probably. And let's see this in motion. Once more with feeling. Oh, those blurs don't break up very much, so we're gonna get rid of those real quick. And we're just gonna use the we're gonna have to use the end bit for the blur, because the other way it isn't showing up, because it's too pale in the background. Nah, I think I'm just gonna get rid of those. I think it's just not. I think these just ain't looking good. It's unfortunate, but neck crack. Yep. I could try to be fancy and make this a 12. You know what? Let's be fancy and make this a 12. So, here's a little lesson in trickery. We're gonna make this look a little bit fancier on the loop using math. Crystal math, you see. A dangerous mix-in that some people might refuse to tell you about. Okay, step 1, we're gonna make this animation 12. Okay, you know what, you, Nagi, go away. We don't need you right now. What image is this? I guess that. Bump, bump, bump. Yeah. So here's how this is gonna work. It's pretty clever. Little trickiness. It's a subtle way to play games with your head. So, right now, having 12 as the length has not done anything except for apparently make our background go away, because it only wants to exist for 9 frames, not the full 12, which we will solve by doing this. We're also going to minimize some of these tabs. They're a bit cluttery. But nothing's changed so far. However, we are going to now cut 2 things out of each of our frames, and we're going to make a new folder. And we're going to make 4 frames in this folder. Yeah, there it is. Why is it showing up below that? No, I need you to be on the top because that's where you go. And we're gonna make 3 copies of this. So nothing done so far, right? But here's where the little trickery goes. We're gonna start copy pasting out the flops And by that I mean we're going to copy paste, because this is being a little weird about it. And we're going to delete these and just generate a few more with the new formatting. Or we're going to importantly start copying this one. And then in the original folder, we're going to get rid of the flops. So that way I was going to make you minimized. Flops are invisible. So now if we make the top folder invisible, they're also invisible. Just a little thing, nothing too big. See? And now Nagi looks really weird and dumb. What happened to your plumes, Nagi? Where did they go? How did this happen? It's a bad thing to steal plumes. You robbed of her light and joy without plumes. Wouldn't it be the first time I made that happen? And now to steal the last of the three pieces of Exodia. The third frame of Floopy. And now we're gonna just do a little thing here. We're gonna just erase 2 pieces. And now, check this out. Oh, right, we need to put this in. We need to copy this 2 more times. But observe. Now, if we play this, what do you see? That's right. Yeah. But now it's also subtle. It's now also desynced, because now the hair floops are moving are not always going to be moving in alignment with the exact same frame of the redrawn sketched body and the motion of eating. Now it forms a more complete loop. And since we're using multipliers of a 3-frame loop and a 4-frame loop, this has to be 12 frames to perfectly loop on itself. Now, is this better than the regular one? We'll find out, because I'm going to export 2 versions of this and just see which one I like more. But we got 2 different versions now. Now we're going to move this down back to 9, just so we can do it properly. We'll disable the visibility on top frame. Actually, we'll just... we're going to also export this one. We have some fun. And we're going to save that one as Nagi Nude Extra Naked. Because I love having fun with names. And we're gonna not don't tell people who don't know about that one, because we're gonna post that one secretly. And we're gonna go back down to this layer, and we're just gonna start turning back on the visibility on the floops, so we can have the other version to look at. And to see which one of these I like more, I'm just going to post them both here next to Noodle Koi, and we'll just stare at them in sync for a second. And we're going to have to quickly scene and transition to make them load at the same time. So I think I'm liking the one on the one on the right a bit more. The extra frame loop was fun, but I think I might have to either animate the last frame to have a little bit of a move back up, or it's not going to look good enough. So let's try that real quick. Hide the nudes so no one can see them. No one can know that they're there until I reveal them again. I'm also going to color code these so I remember which ones the layers are for turning back on and off to double check these. Because I know I mentioned earlier about overcorrection as a form of a thing you can do with animation. So what we're going to do is skew. And now, instead of being quite as static, we've added a little bit of extra bounce to the thing, because we move a little bit further down before we reach the next level. I think that looks good. However, we now need to do a tiny little bit of adjustment where we just go in here and we correct the fact that it is now currently overlaying by a little bit. To the top. Oop. Get to the right layer. Like that. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's see. File export animated GIF. We'll just replace that. We will replace that. And though I hate to say it, even though we've done a bunch of things to tune up one of these, I think I think I do like the one with less animation a bit more, because it just has more of an excited energy. There's less of a pause. So even though the one with the 12 frame double loop of desynchronization is pretty cool, I think I kind of just like the simple three frame loop, because it plays faster and more playfully in my brain. But that's animation for you. Sometimes sometimes when you try a fancy thing and it ain't as good as the original. And I guess it's time to once again use the twits. Twiater. And that is a stupid way of phrasing it. Oh, you know what? Actually, you know what? I have to do one more thing. I think I might be changing the background color for Nagi, because she is pale as shit. I think I might make the background on this one a light blue, just to make it a little bit more visible. Yeah, let's do that. Where the heck did I... Oh, I'm trying to export it as a single layer, not an animation. Yep, but let's just go and set it back to the 3 FPS one. I'll export animation. Wait, hold on a second. There's a little bit of a color bleed there. Haha. We'll just double check to make sure we didn't miss another one of those. Now we're good. Dun, 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 dun. And now we can make that incredibly poorly worded tweet. Did I just lose my draft? Shoot, I think I lost the draft. What was the... Thanks, Sprockets. What was the name of the art tag that she uses? I can't remember. Oh, right, that's... If I don't have full screen, I can't see this. What was the name of Nagi's art tag? Ah, yes, we'll use the adult one because I am calling this nude. Yeah. Oh, shoot. We forgot to attach the GIF again. Wait. Delete. If I don't include the image of Nagi eating the noodles, this message becomes dangerous to send. Ah. Ooh, gotta be careful there. I'll get male VTuber cancer. Whoops. Hold on a second. I think someone just sent me a reply. Ah, yes. My #1 hater has already sent me a reply to that message. Truly a society we live in. Anyway, I think I've got time to crank out one of these. It only took me 2 hours for that second one, and it took me more for the first one. I think I can make a third. Mirror, mirror on the wall, what's the third template of them all? And more importantly, has anyone replied to the fucking poll with the one requirement I had for possibly getting it, which was please post an image? Nope, no one sent me an image, so, dang, if anyone in chat sent an image right now, I'd just use it. What a shame. Guess I'll just, eat a few more pretzels while I click refresh. So we got a little cold. I'm gonna put my Haunted back on, just cool off a bit, warm up a bit. Yeah, you know, opposite of being cold. Okay. Da boom bum 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 bum. Okay. Refresh the page. Has anyone in chat fallen for the subtle, very unsubtle hint of sending an image? No, I have not seen one. Well then, I guess I'm gonna just look at things and randomly determine what the hell it's gonna be. Nope. Well, someone posted an image of Suey in the Snakeworks channel I'm looking at right now. I mean, actually saying you don't have a Twitter account is an implication of being more pure these days. Everyone who wanted to look at Twitter porn had to make a Twitter account to see Twitter porn now. So that is actually an indication of purity by a real metric mix. I now know you are unable to view Twitter pornography. Although if you have a suggestion on a person to do, let me know. Yeah, whoops, I fucking hit my mic again. I'd say some porn's more boring than others. Than other porn. Oh yeah, Celeru. What do they look like again? Would you like to Google search Celario automobiles? Okay, let me try that again. Oh, did someone send a Twitter reply to me? Ah, someone has reposted the thing. Nice. Thank you. Okay, media, multimedia. Celeru. A lot of eyes or not a lot of eyes? Which one do they like more these days? Is one of them an old model that they stopped using, or one of them a transformation model? Like, oh, my back. What's the sitch? So like Rue Sella and Sella Rue. La Rue. La Se. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna quickly just. I'm feeling lonely here. Give me a hot minute. I think the Sella is the Cyclops, Phaedra is the Triclops. I like Phaedra more, but the three eyes is cool constant. So who is Phaedra then? What is the lore? Tell me lore. Actually, I would like to know the lore of the world. Oh wait a second, did I fucking post these transparencies with the stupid thing on them? Yep, I did. Like a fool. Oh shit, that was with the background. Damn it. I am not being smart about some of this. If I can't have fun, no one does. Oh, it's not, doesn't show animated PNGs. I am gonna have to use my fucking converter. I love how Clip Studio Paint doesn't have native transparent glyph. Dang. Wait, so there's secretly a bullet hell game? That's pretty rad. I'm using the wrong converter. I'm trying to do APNG to GIF. I'm uploading APNGs, but it's the GIF to APNG converter. You'd have to ask if you want more depth. Okay, so am I getting a suggestion for purple or blue, though, is the question. The Koi asked coyly as he hurriedly moved to pop things up so he could speedrun drawing some art. Oh, I like that appearance. Yeah, I'm gonna need a commentary on whether you're suggesting purple or blue, Nick. a mix. I'm gonna need to know that. Why did I almost call you Nix? That's a weird thing I've said. No, I almost said Nick. Like Nix. Like Nix. N-I-C-K-S or N-I-X. Blue. Okay. That means we're gonna have to do something we haven't had to do all evening. We're gonna have to Google. Google the image reserve, and we're gonna have to draw a third eye onto this model. Okay, wait, is that the outfit? Is there a different outfit? Blue. Ah, they do have two outfits. Ah, I did not know that. I thought it was a bird-related pun to a species of birds I knew very little about, because I am not a bird expert. I am not an expert at birding. Or birding up. Bird up? Bird down. The greatest show on television, by the way, according to the moniker at the bottom of the screen whenever they came up. Bro, what? Bruh, wasn't like the first thing that people decided on the internet was like, don't tell people your real name to pretend to be someone cool or you're gonna get abducted by, like, Jeremy the child's kidnapper? Oh, come on, minimize, you stupid thing. Yeah. Celery. This eye is getting a little too big on one of these. Yeah, you're too big. Stop that. Perfect. So we've gotten the eyes down, which is the basic part. Now, do we do the simple outfit or do we do the complex outfit? Because we could hate ourselves for speedrun time, but let's go complex outfit. It's easier to draw. It's actually easier to draw because I have to redraw the koi body less. So let's open the game. First things first, I'm breaking down this head. We are actually gratified to learn that they got a pretty simple face. We can just go weep. Weep weep. And this is basically just what the start of their head looks like. Actually, let's erase the things in the right order, because if we don't do that in the right order, it's gonna look a little scuffed. Ah, check that out. Boom. Front of the hairline already completed. And now second bit, we just got to go for their big ol' horns. Let's pop that onto connection mode and let's see go. Boop. Boop. Perfect. And now for the front horns, it kind of goes like the side like this, side like down the side like that. And the back horn comes in further, so it goes like whoop, whoop, whoop. Kind of want to break the noodle mouth too much, so I'm actually going to have to shorten the horn a little bit. Okay. Why does this not move the way I want it to? But the way it will do is what all I need it to be. This is not a good song, but I cannot sing. This is why I will never be Hollow Live with a karaoke. Unless has unironic bad singing become cool again? Inquiring minds would like to know. "16 times and what do I get?" Nothing but a valley full of regret. Okay, oop. Yeah, that's roughly how braids work, right? Hold on, let me just Google. Let me Google something else real quick. How to draw braids. What do braids look like again? Right, okay, they go like this. So you go boom, boom, boop. Yeah, that's basically a braid, right? Now if I mess up too much, I'm just gonna get lightly abraded anyway, so haha! Bazinga. I don't see what else does this. Actually, you know what? I gotta copy this image here and I gotta just save that image here, just so I can actually show off what I'm doing here. so chat knows what I'm drawing, because I'm currently talking about something most of y'all can't see because you don't know what image I'm using as a reference. We're using this one. I suspect the caterpillar might not be part of the design, but we'll roll with it. Anyway, this part's also gonna get covered up, so it doesn't matter. But we need this part in the front. So, next up is big poofy sleeve. And for that, we're going to need collar. Oops. Boom. That'll work out there. And okay, I'm just gonna I'm gonna have to make some assumptions because I can't find a bigger view, and I don't know what's on the back of this thing. So I'm just gonna assume the dress goes like this, like one of them Victorian maid things. It's got one of those little things in the back where it ties up. So it goes those two little stringy bits that go downwards. We're going to see one from this angle. Goes forward like that. And it goes gonna go like that because of those sort of things tend to go like that. Got these little triangle bits, so don't forget that there's always a little one of those big old pouches you can put snacks in on the front of them. I don't think that's what you're supposed to use those sorts of aprons for, but fucking love my snacks. So we'll go snack attack pouch. We'll go increase. We'll have to feature in the little triangle bit here, which we gotta go as boop. Boop. Now actually we're gonna go here to give impression of depth. There. Goes up like that. There's a little bit of a curve there. I don't need to draw the other one because it'll just like a black blur there. Almost said slurm there. Might have been watching a few too many Futurama rewind episodes. Yep, we're not gonna see the bottom of that. Not gonna see the bottom of that. There is a little ribbon, so we're just gonna go in with extra small and go boop. There. Boop, there. And we'll just put in two of these the little celery square thing. Some sort of deeply symbolic piece of VTuber lore I do not know anything about, and that I cannot draw the full texture of on this scale because it's got a complex square within square design. So instead we're just gonna go like bump, 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 call it a day. And we'll draw the bottom bits hinting that there's another one down here, but not fully in. That way we give the impression that there's more than just one. Okay, we don't need much more there. Back side of the head, we need to have another braid here. So we go boop, boop. We don't see more of it because the hand's in the back. And yeah, the hair doesn't go past the horns. Horns go here. We're going to put another... Oh, that's too thick. Get that out of there. Yeah, meld properly. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, it's close. Boom. Okay, and we can even probably add some extra little bit of hair details, which is this double swirl they got. So let's go boop. No, that doesn't look good. We'll use thinner line to make it stand out better. So it goes sweep, sweep, sweep on the timber there, sweep over there, sweep over there. Dun, 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 dun. Ah. And there's the last detail we need to include that makes this one a little trickier than average. We need to include that big ass book, which is a three-dimensional shape, which means it can get tricky. So we're going to be tricky with this ourselves. We know roughly where their head's going to be based upon the thing we got. So we'll go and use the guide we have from where the edges on the thing go on the reference image to sort this out. Yeah, as ever, corners aren't liked by this, so we'll go oop, oop. Round that corner out. That's a rounded corner. That one's going too far. That one's going too far. That one's not going far enough. And that one's just right. Believe it or not, this part's actually pretty easy and fun for me because I'm pretty good at geometry. There's not as much to think about with complex soft lines or organic forms. You can just go boop, boop, boop. You know roughly where everything goes based on pure crystal math. Let's actually up the stabilization on this, to be honest. Or, you know, not be an idiot. We'll just use the line tool. I wanted to see how much I could do with this without the line tool though. Gonna test myself even on the speed. Speed 2 Cruise Control, a movie I have completely forgotten the fucking plot to. Does anyone remember this? Did anyone remember when they tried to make like Speed 3 and that just did not happen? That was kind of funny. I guess the world decided it wanted to slow down a bit. It was too tired of living life in the fast lane with exploding buses. And this is off. Yeah, this one's off. I've got to make the angle move in. This. That's a little trick. That's a little tricky trick. Check that out. By just adding a few little points, we can actually just alter that exactly where we need it to be. And get rid of you too. Yeah, this part just has a big old body bit like that. Let's leave a few points there. Let's switch corner to make it hard there. That's what we need. Hard there, and let's just delete some of these extra ones. Yes, yes, yes. Move down. Okay. That should be good enough for a quick one. We don't need to have one more of the book because the head's covering it. So bang. There do be the celery. Celery roux. Are there any important other details we're missing? No. No weird finger count, no weird other bits. Yeah, okay. Let's go to this one then. We'll hide the book for now. So, anyone got a topic de los conversación, to use some pretty bastardized romance languages slapped together? I'm having a bit of a hard time thinking of things to say while I'm attempting this speed run. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Get over here. Get over there. Yep. With every new noodler I make, I will increase one more person of noodling. I could theoretically just make a bajillion of just me with the noodles, but that'd be lame. Eating noodles without the company of friends or other people can be very sad as a life choice, so I'm not going to be doing that. Damn, my stabilization's way too fucking high. Huh. Yeah, that's it. And we'll just go up to the top level, make sure we hit this in, and we'll just... Yep. Boop. Pop that in. Yep. Let's just accentuate the sleeves. Small detail, but it's there. And now the last one. God, I feel like I'm in the zone right now. Auto zone. Do 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 do. Hold on a second, am I fucking this up? Yeah, I am. Okay, it's... Bump. Oh, those are my back. Stretching. I gotta do it a bit more, I think. To quote a man of some fame in the field of personal exercise, you're only as young as your spine is flexible. And I have an iron rod. And not in the good way. Okay. You gotta add a little bit more hair going down the back. No, this was 7 on 8. Check, 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 check. almost missed that. Forgot that there's a braid back here. Let's just include that there. Make the braid a little wider just so you can see it. Accurately speaking, you wouldn't be able to see the braid on that perspective, but since we want to make it more visible, we're gonna fucking just put it there anyway. Now let's see how this part looks. This part of the head's moving too much. 1, 2, 3. Well, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's this one that's moving too much, so we're gonna go and use the rarely reused redraw vector line tool. Boom. Ah, the horn's really flopping too. 3. Yeah, I think it's because second horn doesn't have the movement of the first one, so let's just go control this guy out. God, you're too flat. Dun, dun. Oh, we've got a sequential here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there it is. Continued outward growth between these 3. So that means we're gonna have to go to number 2. The start, and we're just gonna move you a bit further outwards. Oh, the braid is moving irregularly. We mixed up one of those. And the sleeve's a little crooked. So we'll just simplify that. Two, 3. Oh, this one goes in a little too far, so we'll just take you and delete you. And now yes. Although I think I'm noticing a little fuck up here. I think we need to just clarify that the shoulder goes inwards and cuts over these 2 braids a bit. So we'll go here. Kind of like that. And we'll just delete a few of these points. Perfect. Let's do that to the other two as well. Does that actually work the way I want it to? Because here it looks like shoulder. No, it doesn't actually. I think we need to bend the braids actually. So come over here, come over here, come over here. So the shoulder goes here. We'll use poofy shoulder so it looks like it's where it's supposed to be. The hair drips forward above it. And then for the rest of it, the braids will go hold on, where's the how to draw braids tutorial again? Right, like concentric rectangles. So that's one. Did the braids go all the way down, or did they just go part of the way down? Now they go all the way down. Although wait, actually, even copying the exact way they flow in the original, I could just go whoop, 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 whoop. Get rid of this part because it's just completely covered up by the braids. We just do the rest of them braid loopies. Boom. And we include the hair thing that goes like that. All right, we're gonna put that there. No, this one actually goes like that. Boom. Yes. Okay. Oh, that's my back. Yep. Okay. Now, book time. And I think I might actually be a little sneaky with the book. Because I can do... this. Am I lazy enough that I just want to copy the book? Yeah, I'll copy the book. Why not? I could theoretically put the book on a 4 to 3 ratio, but I don't think that's going to work out well. I'm also pretty certain I'm going to have to do coloration differently for this with the book, actually. You know? I think book has to get its own layer, because otherwise it's going to fuck up the other things. Yeah, because if I don't, it'll overlap, then that won't work. Yeah. Yeah, so let's cover the book first. Get that over with. Let's pop out our referencion imager. We did say this is a PNG, right? Oh, god damn it. Okay, why is it not opening as a PNG? Great. Well, that worked. Now give me your book colors so I may know its secrets. I've disabled the ability to use reference layers, huh? Oh, this is a little too dark. Now, is that on both sides of the image or not? Yeah, it is. Oh, did I only move the front part of it? Whoops. Okay. That works. Now we'll just turn the book invisible, and we'll do the rest of the colors. So there's white for the maid outfit, or slightly off-white. Time to pop out the old G. Oh right, we forgot to set the reference layers as... Oop. Oop. Yeah. Hmm. Check. Oh, well, I'm being quiet right now, aren't I? Very, very laser focused, huh? Oh, you know what we forgot? Got ramen color. Oop, missing a bit over there, huh? You thought I wouldn't catch on to you, huh? Small bit of thing I didn't erase properly. Hey, okay, that's pretty good, pretty good. Let's just press play on this, see how it works. Yep, bump, bump, bump. Oh, yeah, I gotta move these colors over. You should be green. You should be that color. White. And we're also gonna start throwing in a little bit of shading on you because I think your horns just will not look good if I don't do that. Oh, hold on a second. Noticing a little bit of other animation error. Where are you? Yep, there you are. Now we turn the book on. What does it look like? Also without the blinding background. Hey! That's pretty good. Although, do we want to give this one a fancy background color? What do we think would look good? How about a contrast versus a light purple, I think. Because light purple is the motif color of other Celeru, I think, right? Or not Phaedra. Right, so we just got a little bit more bright. Chroma matching eyes, don't fail me now. Actually, you know what? Let's just... I'll just, you know, just borrow the color. Boom. And time. 114, not bad, not bad at all. I can still speedrun an animation meme, I guess. I used to do that sometimes, kind of often on when watching random streams that interested me a lot. Now we'll just quickly... save that as the third nude. Just go to my converter. And we're closing out. And that's that. I think I'm gonna save, and that's the last one I'm gonna make tonight. Now let's go quickly post these up. Shit, what is Celeru's Twitter? Want to make sure I send this the right way. Is there an underscore in this? Yes, there is an underscore. Oops. And now we have to remember to push that image with it so we don't look like a fool. And let's see who the hell's online so I can rate them. Thanks for tuning in, people, whoever's still here. So go back to Twitch and see who's on. Is Celeru live? Nope. Hey, Akami's live, so we'll rate her. Thank you for tuning in. Hope to see you all tomorrow and the days after. I'll be posting a schedule later tonight. Yeah. See you then. The raid message. You cannot raid at this time. Okay, let's raid Orange is Barange, I guess. We know who they are. And if you're gonna raid, please type the message, nude crafting completed. They won't know the context and it'll be funny. Thanks for tuning in, and hope you have a great evening. Peace out. Where's the button to change to